out of the way. Hey.
All right. Good morning. All right. Happy Thursday. Early birds, good morning. Let me get my Discord post made real quick. Thank you, Cabrila, for the support here this morning. Give me just a moment. All right, happy Thursday. We made it well past the halfway point this week. A little bit of a shorter broadcast today. We got stuff to do today. Gotta go be a big boy, big adult man. So let's hang out. Let's relax for a couple hours here. Got stuff I got to do today. There's nothing worse than having to go mingle with the humans. Nah, just kidding. Some of y'all are pretty cool. Some of y'all are pretty cool. Some of y'all are pretty chill. All right. I think we're good. I think we're locked in. Good morning. So I think I saw Kyle first in the chat today. See Cabrila coming in with the first sub of the day. Oh, not quite. Mossy Paws with 15 in a row, 60 months Spartan Leonidas with 86 months. And we have Banana Universe with 33 Prime off stream offline. You know you're a HDES fan when you're dropping the primes offline, baby. You couldn't even wait. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. What up, Kyle Ecstasy? Good to see you today. Welcome to the show, Kyle. Thank you, Spartan, for 86. Thank you again, Cabrila. Hope you're feeling good out there, Cabrila. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. It's crazy. I forgot that I have a face now. If you're still out there listening, enjoy your lurk. But sometimes I forget I have faces for some of y'all because I've started meeting some of the community. I've gotten a chance to shake some hands, get some hugs out of there. And I got some faces for y'all, you know. It's pretty cool. It's a thought that doesn't always hit me right away. Like, oh, I can picture myself saying good morning to this person. What's up? Good morning. All right, we're starting at the bottom of the chat today because I'm just getting started. We're dragging all sorts of butt around here, and not the just went outside and took care of business kind. You know, all the dog owners in the chat know what I'm talking about. No carpet scoots, just a good old I still need to fix my sleep schedule kind of booty dragging. Sleep schedule still needs to be wrangled in. We're still trying to wrangle that sleep schedule in here. What up, Trips, baby? Caffeinated Spirit. We'll start at the bottom of the chat today, and we're gonna scroll up. Emily Louise 51, what up? Not sure where that alert is. I'm sure it'll happen eventually. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Zealot. What up, Tampert? What up, Sero Nacho? Nembo Tavi, Kerbutashi, Coco Miko. Hope your day gets a little bit smoother, dude. Hope it gets a little bit smoother. Ham Labs, UMT. How you be? Gita Chan, happy birthday. Birthday love in the chat. Birthday love in the chat. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to Gita Chan and Bookie Proud Mama as well. The Discord gang took care of him. Armazeo, good morning. Lights come on, good morning. What up, team? A sound off in the chat if you haven't gotten a good morning and you would like one. Beth Chu says they've been enjoying Moonlight Peak. Hope you are. I hope you are. Moonlight Peak seems cool. Oh, there's the alert. It's just quiet. What happened? Why are my alerts silenced? Okay, weird. Did you guys hear the alert? I didn't. Dun, 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 dun. This doesn't need to be here. Can we remove input? Whoop. Okay. Okay. Sorry, all my stuff just randomly broke. Give me just a sec. Got me hooked on DDV again. Hey, what up, Sid Vicious? Okay, I guess that's always been that there, and we just ignore it. Yeah. Do 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 boo doo doo doo. Okay. We definitely want that on. I'm going to leave these audio enhancements off because I don't think you guys can hear any of them. Okay. Auto correct got me. Auto correct will get you there. Auto correct will get you. It's all good in the Hylian house this morning. I'm hiding in front of a fan for the start of this next heat wave. Getting ready for a couple hot days at Wembley for My Chemical Romance. You're going to My Chemical Romance? That's cool. Yo, thank you, Sid Vicious, for the primer here. Let me see if I can fix my alerts. They're playing, but we aren't hearing them. That's not normally how that works. Here we go. All right, I figured it out. All right, I think I figured it out. Let's try again. I see. For some reason, my audio stuff reset. Okay. Well, at least we know what's going on.
My son has really enjoyed watching you play DDV and has joined the journey himself. Thanks for being a great influence and showing games.
There we go. Now we got him. Oh, thank you, Zella. Yeah, no problem, dude. It's not the first time I've got a comment like that. That makes me proud to be as a creator. I know I'm not out here necessarily for the kids, but if I can influence a young one to enjoy a good game like Stardew or DDV or whatever, Animal Crossing, like the good. These are some great games, baby. And like Stardew, for example, has a bunch of beautiful like little life lessons mixed in. Like, dude, I would love if my kid was playing Stardew. Like, I feel like it teaches you a lot. All right, so the alerts are playing now for you and me, right, chat? Just to be clear, you guys heard Yoda laughing? All right, I'm not sure what happened. Why my audio reset? If there's any other goofy audio stuff going on today, let me know. We should be good though. Let me play a sound effect from my computer real quick. Can we hear Can we hear Rob Boss? Let's see. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. Weird. The audio just listen. Technology just does that. You know, when I first started streaming, I used to have a checklist of things I would check because stuff always broke. Now I've gotten a lot more comfortable, so I don't always need to do that every morning, but I probably still should because you just never know when something just breaks, dude. If I didn't stream as often as I do, I'd probably still be checking every morning. But because I feel like because I stream so much, it's like not the biggest deal. My alerts might still be off a little bit, but we'll figure all that out later. As long as you guys can hear him. That's good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the biddies, Zella. Thank you for the biddies, Coco Miko. Thank you for the biddies, Cozy. Thank you, Legless, for 30-month Prime. And thank you, Sid Vicious, for the first time Prime. If we could sound off for Sid Vicious. Can we welcome Sid in here, by the way? Welcome to the show, baby. Welcome in here. Thank you again, Emily Louise, and I hope you managed the next heat wave better than I did the last. Take it easy, man. The heat will wiggle into your brain, and before you know it, you're not even the same person. Yo, good morning, Dutchy Iris. Thank you again, Cabrila. What up, and 3D? Good to see you today. Like a little bit of scuff to start a stream. I suppose it's not the worst. It's better than to end a stream, right, Coco? I'd rather things be scuffed at the start of the stream than in the middle or the end. Because at that point, the train's moving and I don't want to be stopped. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, I want the train to keep going. I don't want... But, you know, the train's still leaving the station at this point. I popped in for the recent 2 drops. Dude, sick. I remember you popping in for the first. I did remember seeing your name. Nice. I'm glad you managed to pick them up. Welcome back to the show. We're doing some more Honeyglow Woods today. I figure we'll keep the train moving on that. I'm enjoying it. I figured we'll keep it moving on that. I have to take a shorter day today than I usually do. I always make a big deal about different times, how long I stream, but I'm probably the only person that really cares. But yeah, I have to do like my minimum today, like just like a 4-hour minimum. I don't usually talk about this at the start of the show, but I figured I'd give you all a heads up. I have to get out of the house and go take care of some stuff, and then we'll either try to sneak in a night stream today. It might not be the best day since I'm starting a new journey and I'm going to be tired. So I'd rather probably do a night stream tomorrow. We did talk about it yesterday. So I'm thinking we'll do a night stream tomorrow for a nice Friday. And I think we're going to do a single player game this week. Start ourselves a nice little single player playthrough. I think I want to do some single player tonight. So we'll see. We'll see what we get into. But that's the plans for today. A little shorty. I figured I'd show up. We'll do a game like DDV, something that I can pick up and put down smoothly. We'll have a good time, and then we'll lock in as the week progresses here. Speaking of, the week's almost over. Speaking of week progressing, week's almost over, dude. Honeyglow's been good so far. Honeyglow been good so far. Thank you for the hype train. Thank you, Dialin. Am I saying that right? Dialin, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back, man. Thank you, John T. Soul. Thank you, John T. Soul, for 57 primer. Thank you, primers, dude. You could have used that primer anywhere. Thank you, man. Oh, you know what? We got free subs to gift over on YouTube. All right, we'll save those for later. We get those every month. Boom, 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 boom. So, probably Zelda stuff. We gotta continue. We gotta get back to our Zelda journey. Probably Zelda stuff. I don't want to commit to anything, but as far as the night stream this week, I'm thinking about starting a Zelda playthrough. One of the games, one of the many Zeldas that I need to play through. Your son's first birthday? Oh my gosh. The big one? The actual first number? Does 0 count as a number? Do mathematicians call 0 a number? Isn't 0 just 0? And 1 is a number? 0 is just 0. 0 is conceptually separate from a number. It's like an entity, right? I don't know. I remember when I was 0. Still on that goo goo gaga shit. I remember. Those were the days. 0 is not a natural number, but it is a number. Okay. It is technically a number, yeah. I know that was like a nerdy distinction. I was just dorking out. Don't mind me. I watch a lot of science and math stuff. Like, weirdly enough, I'm completely math illiterate, but I watch so much science and math like content. I like love learning. Like, I just learned about these how do you say it? It's like a Diri problem. So there's like 1,000 of these math problems that this old mathematician put out there that were like technically unsolvable by humans. And I just learned about these. There's like 1,500 of these math problems that are like unsolvable by humans that this old dude presented to us back in like the early 1900s or something like that. I don't even remember when. It was black and white photos of him, so it had to be somewhat recently. And I was reading about how like some of them are starting to get solved, and it's like a big deal. I don't know. No idea in fancy math though. Yo, what's up, Brittany? Good to see you today. Husband works at a box factory. He asked the new guy if he knows how to read a tape measure and do fractions, and the guy said, "Nah, man." Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't hear it myself. I guess I could try to listen to it if I need to. If it sounds different, it probably is. Let me go check my settings. What happened here? What's going on with my computer? mic in, yeah. Some audio feedback happening. I don't know, I can't. What kind of feedback? I can't understand. It's vibrating? Okay. Did this change anything? Peaky. Okay. See, I don't think these settings should be affecting what's happening in OBS. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll keep talking for a second and see if that fixes it. Unfortunate. Why did my microphone just randomly change on? What the hell? Yeah, that's okay. I don't need any opinions on if it's good or bad. Just letting me know that it's different is what matters. Thank you, though. Yeah, that's enough. Thank you, though. Thank you so much. What's up, Jackie? Hey. Is it changing at all? I'm gonna keep talking to you in mod chat. Has anything changed yet? Not sure. I haven't I don't understand why this happened in the first place. That's the hard part about it, is like I'm not even sure what happened in the first place. I don't. That's unfortunate. All right. Well, mod chat's saying that it's better now. What about you? What about the others that were hearing it? Jita Chan and Fat Cat Plush. Is it better now or is it the same? Does it sound better now? Yeah, I can't. I wish somebody could have clicked it because I can't wrap my head around what you mean by peaky. Yeah. So is it back to normal now? Is it back to what you guys are used to? My everydayers who watch my stream every day, you know, that's like, you guys know what I sound like. So you can really give me some help here. You know what I mean? Like if it sounds like it normally does, we're good and we can move on. But, you know, and then because I did click some buttons and I might have broke something. So I tried to put everything back to the way it was. It's good. Is it back to normal? Okay. All right. We're good. All right. Frick, dude. Just like on the louder sounds, it was spiking at the end. Okay, cool. Well, that clip is appreciated. But now we're good. So thumbs up. Like now we're good. We can move on. Sounded like you were hollering into the mic. Oh, weird. Just a bit crispy. Weird. All right, thanks. I'll watch this clip later and I'll figure out what happened later. But we should be cruising. Oh, thank goodness that wasn't any like serious nonsense. Whew. All right. Nothing worse than turning your stream on and finding out your microphone's broken. It's like, oh Lord, dude. All right, cool. Being such a regular thing for us, the first thing we were like, that's not how my streamer sounds. Yeah. Like it helps so much when y'all give me that kind of feedback. Like, thank you very much. Thank you. And what I meant, Lights, was like, I don't need like to like kind of rephrase what I meant to say or to you, but like in a more constructive way. It's like if something's going on with like technology stuff, I want like the problem, not necessarily that the problem is okay, because that doesn't help me in the long run. Yeah. Like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's like, well, actually it kind of is, because my audio is like real important to me. You know what I mean? Like, so like it might not seem like a big deal to you. You might be like, oh, whatever, you know, I've heard worse. It's like, for me, it could be the end of time. Like I might have to go jump into the void of existence to go get my audio fixed. And it's a way bigger deal to me. All right. It's like, well, like, wait a second, dude. Like, no. So yeah, I appreciate. That's all I meant by that. It's like, yeah, I don't need it to be. Is it? Oh, it's not too bad. It's like, well, yeah. What up, Moxie? Hey. Yeah. It's a weird thing with like feedback. You know what I mean? Another way to word it is, you want the most raw, uncut feedback. Nobody wants feedback that's like filled with like another word. The word that keeps coming to mind is coddling. The word that keeps coming to mind is coddling. It's like, that's like one area where a streamer never wants to be coddled. A streamer never wants it's good enough from you. If you're ever trying to give feedback to a streamer about their audio and stuff, they don't ever want you to give them the, it's okay. No. Like, you don't understand. Like, we want you to be like, this sucks. You need to fix this, because you are speaking for 20, 30, 40 people. You know, we learn this in retail. For every one person that speaks up, 20, 30 people might not say a word. So you might have something in your store, like a spill on the ground, and one person will come up to you and be like, yo, that's dangerous. 30 other people thought that. But one person said something to you. And like, that's like, so your criticism is so important. Like, if you ever tune into a stream and you like can't hear the streamer, don't just like put up with it. Like, say something to him, like send him a DM if you're nervous about doing it in a live chat. Like, hey, by the way, like, I really love your show, but your microphone was just really quiet, and like, I just couldn't really at all keep you at a high enough volume. Is there anything you can do about that? You know, because like, that goes such a long way for a stream. Like, yeah, like it, like, because unfortunately there's too much of that kind of like, it's good enough energy. And I think with your show, you want like it to be the best it can be, you know? Yo, thanks for the tier 2 for 38. Thank you so much, dude. The tier 2 coming in, 38 months, HDES Giga Chad. That's how I do it. I'm honest that some stuff are to streamers I'm friends with, but if they don't care, it's your loss then. Right. I'm in another community that's super active, and there's 30K of us regularly, and we get yelled at a lot for bringing up criticism. Yeah. It's tough. Every stream's gonna be different. That's why it was even hard to get those thoughts out of my brain. That's why you guys saw me struggling with how to word this, because I wasn't trying to tell you to like go into people's chats and like curse at them and be like, your mic sucks. Like, no. But if a streamer's like, if you're having an interaction like you had with me just now, where like, oh, all of a sudden something's wrong, the last thing that you want to do in that situation is be like, oh, it's not too bad, dude. Like, just go on, keep going on with your show. Like, no. You have to understand. It's like, if the conversation's happening and we're all discussing this issue that's happening, you don't want to be the person who's like, just move on, dude. It's not a big deal. It's like, no, actually it is. Like, you might not think it is, but it is. It's like, you know, it's like, once the discussion is like happening, then you can openly be like, hey, dude, to be honest, your microphone sounds real bad right now. But yeah, you probably want to avoid going into random streams and being like, hey, your microphone sounds terrible. Like, that's gonna be a fast track. You're at that point, you're speed running getting banned. Because a lot of streamers do not want that. Like, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of streamers are like not about that. Plus, to be fair, that is like, there's always a non-rude way to do something and a rude way to do something, and maybe that's going towards the rude side, you know? So yeah, you got to be careful. Every stream is different, man. Every streamer, every person. Chatting that stream's brutal. Yo, what's up with your microphone today? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like some streamers are going to react to that differently. And then you have to add the human element, right? There's so many variables to live broadcast. It actually blows my mind that it's not like scientifically researched more. Like, it's so silly to me how there's so many variables. It's like every stream's going to have like a different set of rules. And then you have like the human element where it's like, okay, let's say that person woke up on the wrong side of the bed that day. It happens to everybody. And like, you know, you could like, what if that person like fought with their microphone for 7 hours and then you come in the chat and you're like, hey man, is there something wrong with your microphone? Like, dude, you're probably, that's like the straw that broke the camel's back, you know? You know what I mean? It's like, okay, dude. Like I see that happen to Barbarous King all the time. Like Barbarous King will make like one little adjustment to like his like shirt. He'll like change his shirt. And for the whole day, the chat will be like, why you wearing a white shirt, dude? Dude, what's up with the white shirt, homie? And like, instead of a black shirt, right? Or like, he'll get a haircut and all day it's, dude, you got a haircut? Yo, you got a haircut today? What's going on, haircut guy? And it's like, so yeah, there's definitely a moment where you're like, please. Yeah, Lucinda, that goes a long way, man. No, the truth is like when it comes to small streamers, it's so hard. It's like I've ran 2 stream teams. For those that are new, I've run 2 stream teams for years, and then I'll catch up on chat, all right, because I've been yapping. And like, the hardest thing to do is to sit down and watch a stream and then be like, yo, like, you really got to fix this, and this. Now, if they come to me for advice, that's easy. But sometimes, you know, you'll sit down and you'll watch like a small stream and it's like, it's so hard to be like, hey man, like your alerts, like you're blowing people's ears out, dude. Right? Like that's like, how do you even start that conversation? So I think that it comes from the viewers, man. You guys are the ones that have to have that conversation. It can't come from like another streamer and stuff like that. That'd be like, you know what I mean? Like that person might not be as open to criticism as the next person. And a lot of people do want to like learn this stuff on their own. So it can be so hard. That's why I do think that viewers are the ones that like really dictate that. Like it's up to you guys to be like, hey, just throwing this out there, like your alerts are a little loud, or like sending someone a DM about it. Because like as much as I'm a viewer as well as a streamer, I got myself into a position to where that line is like blurred depending on where I'm at on Twitch. So I have to be like more careful about just like throwing out advice and stuff. Whereas like, sure, if I'm in like a place where, and I change my little icon and nobody knows who I am, I could maybe get away with that stuff. But yeah, I really do think feedback is really important in this space. And like, if you're a viewer who really cares about a creator, consider sending them a message if something is like off. They probably want to hear from you. Send them a DM, be like, listen, dude, I know you think these alerts are funny, but like this one's like a little bit much. You know, because you might be helping them find the perfect balance into growing their stream. Or they might just say screw you and not listen to you. But like, at least you tried, you know? I will feel it if you delete this emote. I love that emote. It's not used a lot. I think I need to change the name. We have to change a couple names of our emotes. We need to change HDes Blessed to Prage, because I feel like Prage is like more popular. We need to change Chap to Kiss or like Lips or something. Like it needs to be like Kiss, like you're gearing up to kiss somebody or something. Yeah, or like Pray or Prage, because Prage is a BTTV emote. Yeah, like we need to like switch. Yeah, Smooch. Like unfortunately, I feel like Chap is not as popular because nobody knows what Chap means. We do because it's chapstick, but that doesn't make any sense to anybody else. Yeah, like so I realize like we do need to adjust some of our names. Those were two that have been on my mind for a little while. I think there's one other one that we could maybe change up a little bit here. Yo, if you were somebody who was helping out with the audio stuff, by the way. All right, you already got a VIP badge. Fat Cat Plush, you got a VIP badge now. Jita Chan, I think already got a VIP badge. No, he does now as well. Cozyology, yeah, right, you troll. You ain't getting a VIP badge, punk. Lip balm, yeah, like lip balm, chapstick. Like, I think chap is just not gonna work. Yeah, like I gotta change chap out. Chap and Prage both need to be adjusted. And then I think there's one more. Yo, good morning YouTube chat, by the way. Thanks for popping in. Smooch is good. I like Smooch, yeah. What's up, Dolore and Alt? Cheerio, chap. Yeah. Stop. Stop. Thank you, Fat Cat. Thank you, Jita Chat. Thank you, Lights. Thank you one more time. While we move on from the nerdy tech and Twitch talk and stuff, I just wanted to say thank you one more time to y'all for trying to help. It means a lot to me. And yeah, I just had to explain that to you, Lights. I didn't think it was a big deal, but the last thing I ever want is somebody to feel bad for giving me feedback. So yeah, thanks for saying that. I think somebody said I'm pretty good about taking it. Usually I am, yeah. I feel like I'm 95% accepting of criticism, 5% catch me on a bad day, and don't, you know, like otherwise we're pretty good. Yeah. These prayers are sending me. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Bless Cozyology and her whole universe on this. The 9th day of July in the year of our Lord 2026. Ditto, big ditto. You've never seen a ditto this big. Maybe when Hylian zooms in on Pocopia. I digress, my lord. Ramen. What? Was that an AI message? What the hell was that? That's a whoosh for me, dog. That's a whoosh for me. What the heck? Yo, what's up, Artemis? Thank you, Artemis, by the way, as well. I'll throw you 30 as well. Yeah, don't ever hesitate on that stuff. Thank you. What's up, Wispy? Good morning. Enjoy your lurk today. Appreciate you, Midge. All right, let me catch up on chat real quick. What up, Blood Raven? Ah, Bird81 was the one with the compliment. Thank you, Bird. Not that it matters, but it sounded fine on our TV. It was headphones though. Yeah. That's good to know. That's actually really good to know. Yo, what up, Cozy with Ruby? I don't have a problem being brutally honest, and honestly, you shouldn't be. I think that's a healthy trait to have in life for the most part, and I think that as long as you can show some tact in some situations, I think that's probably the best. That's how things should be. Good to see you, Dear Diary, by the way. I hope you're staying cool. You're dealing with this Ohio stuff too, right? Stay cool. All right, homie? Yeah, Starling hit the nail on the head. Yeah, the equivalent of not speaking up when your waiter brings the wrong food. Right. It's like it's your experience. You gotta realize that the viewers are the ones that dictate it. Yeah, like it's your experience. In a lot of ways, it matters so much. It really is. It's really special when you have a space where people are comfortable giving you feedback, but maybe not so easily comfortable giving you a hard time or criticizing you in a way to take you down, right? Another way to word this is like talking smack or like being rude, right? That's a beautiful thing about this community is that rarely do we go too far in either direction. It's like nice. It's nice not down the middle. It's just people being honest, but you know, being real, understanding that we're all humans, not going so far to like ruin somebody's day. You know, not going so under that, you know, because being comfortable and being willing to give feedback, I think is a sign of a healthy community. I don't know. I just made that up on the spot, but I think it's true. It sounded really convincing after it came out of my mouth. So like, you know, yo, what up, Druck, by the way? Good to see you, dude. Your face sucks, fix it. Yeah. Somehow, I sometimes get too comfy in a chat and I can be out of line. Yeah. That happens to everybody. That's why I try to be so patient with everybody in my community. Yeah, like, dude, sometimes that's why I'm like, you'll notice, without calling any names out, I'll let somebody who doesn't quite fit in stick around for 3 or 4 maybe like slaps on the wrist. Because for me, I want you to be so comfortable that you cross a little line and you get a little silly with me. As long as you're not doing it to a detriment, like, that's fine. Like, be yourself. Like, let's have fun. Like, that's not a big problem at all for me. I don't care. It's not like I'm ever going to take it personal. You know what I mean? As long as we're all having a good time, it's like, I'm never going to like wake up the next day angry. Like, you know, like whatever. Like, if somebody crosses a line on accident, it's like, it's fine. Because we're all just like in it together. We're all just like hanging out, relaxing, and sometimes we get comfortable and it happens, you know? So I do try to be really kind, and I do try to provide feedback from the streamer's point of view and create boundaries when people are maybe stepping a little too far. Like, hey, you know, that was a little boundary here or there can really help with that situation. Setting boundaries is something that I struggled with, but I'm getting better about it. It can be hard though. Setting boundaries healthily without making people feel bad is like one of the hardest things to do as a streamer for me, because I'm like all good cop and no bad cop. So I don't know how to be a bad cop. That's why it's probably good that I don't have kids, because they would just walk all over me. I can't be the bad cop. I'm only good cop. What's up, Oz? How you doing today, dude? Just remember Hylian being Slippy the Toad. That had me howling. That's where you have the partner to balance it out. Yeah, I would require that as a streamer for sure. I would 100% require that. Trying to say, I think my YouTube chat died. Okay, we're good. I'm a good cop with my kids. They wreck me. Yeah. Recovering people pleaser can relate 100%. Yeah. We've talked a little bit about that in the past, actually. That's what mods are for. Naders, you have no idea. Like, my whole mod squad knows I'm that guy. So we've talked about it. Like, in the back-ended mod chat, we've had literal conversations where it was like, all right, y'all, I like to play with my food. So if somebody's trolling, we got to just get rid of them, or I just end up playing with them. I'm like, also, I'm way too nice sometimes. So if somebody needs to be banned, just ban them. Don't even ask me, because you probably know better than I do. Like, my mods, no, they're like, at this point, if you've been modding for me for any amount of time, you know that, like, all right, just take care of it, because like Hylian probably doesn't even want to. Yeah, like not too long ago, I unbanned somebody, and then I get this DM from a moderator, and they're like, all right, this person's been unbanned. They're acting up a lot. They're like this is kind of becoming a problem again. And so we talked about it, and then I ended up permanently abandoning them again. Unfortunately, we don't do this a lot. This is not a happy moment. It was like, whatever. We'll do what we got to do. So as we're doing this process, I remember having this conversation, and they were like, the moderator was like, do me a favor and don't unban that person again. This is the 4th time you've unbanned them, and it's not working out. And when I read that message, I was like, okay, like, my bad. Because I was like, well, I feel real bad. Like, they keep messaging me like, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. And Mod staged an intervention. As someone with a background that includes education, I don't have a problem laying down the law when it needs to be done. Yeah. I have a lot of respect for that. I can feel that energy from you, and I really appreciate it. I like having different types of people around me. It keeps me in check, and it keeps me humble, and it reminds me that there's humans on the other side of the screen. And it reminds me that even if like I have a hard moment or I have a day where I struggle or something, where I like, you know, what we like to call it is a human moment, that like most likely this chat's gonna keep me in grounded in reality. Like, I imagine if I ever cross the line into a territory, like, and this is not gonna ever happen. I'd like to think so, but like, I imagine if I ever crossed the line into a territory where I said or did something that was just like super off the cuff, that the first people I could count on to be like, dude, that sucked, would be my community. The first people I could count on to be like, dude, that was stupid, would be like all the people around me. You know, like I really appreciate that I have a group of people around me that I can like trust to kind of be like, hey, dude, that sucked, don't do that. You know? Yeah, like I know I have that. Like, so I can use that as like a gauge where I can depend on it to receive a couple messages from somebody if I ever, for some reason, you know, I turned into Dark Hylian, Dark Link. Yo, you don't want to be near me when my laser goes off. Anytime you volleyed back at a troll, I get scared. I know I shouldn't play with my food because I am naturally. I learned how to be mean. Like, I can't stress this enough to people. When you turn up somebody who doesn't know how to be mean naturally into a mean person, you get the meanest of people you've ever met. And I had to work in a kitchen for 6 years, and I had to learn how to be mean. So like, I do have a nasty streak in me. Like, I can be mean. I know how to be mean. I know how to play with the boys. That's what I like to say. I know how to get down on the schoolyard and be an absolute scumlord and talk shit like with the best of them. Because I had to learn how to do that because I had to fit in with the kitchen world. And like, so when I went into the kitchen world, I didn't know how to really be mean. Like, I knew how to like, you know, be annoying, or I could like your standard mean schoolyard stuff, whatever. But like, when I started working in the kitchen, it's fight or flight, dude. You either learn how to fight with a bunch of Tim Allen grunting dudes who will rip the carpet from under your feet at the drop of a dime, or you don't work there. And over 6 years of like callousing with working in the kitchen and working with some of the biggest douchebags you'll ever meet on planet Earth. Like, the people who work in kitchens, dude, are some of the worst people you'll ever meet. Like, I'm talking like the cooks that I've worked with. Like, I can probably name 30 people right now that like were some of the worst people I ever met. That just pure, unadulterated, just douchebaggery. And I had to learn how to deal with that every day. Every single day, I had to learn how to like go to work and put on a face that was tough and mean and that was willing to say the harshest thing possible to come out of my brain and mouth to even remotely like manage dealing with these people. So like, yeah, like I'm not like good with playing with my food. Like trolling back for me ends up just making me feel like way meaner than I'm like, like it's not a good light for me to be in. Like, like, because I don't have like a middle ground. I don't have like a playful mean streak. I'm just either mean or I'm just me. Me is just a normal guy who likes to have fun, who doesn't really think about bringing people down. I'm not really a negative person. I'm not really a mean person naturally, you know, but then there is a side of me that I can switch the, you know, flip the switch on. So 0 to nothing and nothing flat. Yeah. Like 100 to 0, 0 to 100. I recently watched a bunch of Gordon Ramsay kitchen nightmares, and there's a lot of crazies out there. Yeah, dude, so I try not to troll back trolls too much. I've learned my lesson. I'm still learning my lesson. I get fighting back with trolls just it always ends up making me look like, whoa, wait a second, who is this guy? And I'm like, well, I worked in kitchens for 8 years. I feel like if that doesn't instantly tell you, then you just don't know what the kitchen world is like. Like, that's it. Like, that is the only explanation I would ever have to give to someone. Like, I worked in kitchens for 6 to 8 years. Like I was forged in the fires. All right. Like, like you don't understand, dude. Like you really don't understand how bad it is working in these kitchens, dude. Like it was seriously brutal. Like some of the worst people. You think that like at least when you're in like a corporate office setting, it's all happening behind your back. I want you to take all of the trash talking that happens in your office settings and in your retail environments or whatever, but instead of it being to your back, it's all to your face the whole time, all day, 24/7. It's like at least when you're in like the office, it's like behind your back and you don't have to think about it too much. The hardest one was also one that had my brother working in it. Yeah, and they have knives. Yeah. Yo, what up, Jazzy? Good to see you. It does contrast with many jobs where you have to be professional. Yeah, right. That's exactly what I was trying to get at with the whole office setting, is that in a kitchen, you do not have to be professional and it's completely accepted. That's exactly the point that I'm trying to make. It's like there are some jobs where you do not have to be professional. And kitchens are, unfortunately, a lot of the kitchens I've worked at, you do not have to be professional. You're behind the scenes, you're in the back of the house, no one can talk to you. You know, it's only you and the other cooks, and you don't have to be professional at all. Exactly. Whereas like I see the mechanic comment in the chat, and like mechanics are probably the same way. I bet. Yeah, because like you don't have to be professional because you're not around customers. The customers come and they leave, right? So like there's certain environments where it breeds like such weird energy, dude. That's how my barbershop was. Everyone cuts up and is brutal. That's so funny. I could see a barbershop being like that. I could see that. What's up, Kalan? Good to see you, dude. And they have knives. I really like that. I wish some of them would say some of the B words I work with would say something to my face. I need to practice on being mean. I do think that it's a good skill to be able to be mean if you need to. But I do think that stoicism is important, and letting somebody pull anger out of you is like one of the most detrimental things you can do, because it never leads to a positive moment. There's never a positive moment where if somebody pulls you out of your element, there's never any positive, there's never a good outcome. There's never, ever, ever a good outcome. There's a zero-sum good outcome if you get pulled out of your element. So that's the only problem, is like, you have to learn how to be mean when you want to be mean, but not be pulled out of your element when you're uncomfortable. And that's hard because there's so much adversity. Like, let's say you woke up feeling rough. Maybe you're having a tummy ache. Maybe, you know, you just went through a hard time because of a family loss. And then, you know, somebody says something to you and you just snap or something. It happens to everybody. You know, it's like, oh, frick. I didn't mean to come off that way. You just got all my frustrations that are bottled up for other reasons. That's why like emotional regulation is probably one of the most important things that like doesn't quite get taught in like school. That is something that like a parent has to teach you, or therapy has to teach you. And unfortunately, it's usually therapy when you're like 30. And that's me. Unfortunately, you know, I think a lot of millennials' parents are probably the same. You know, it's like nobody taught me what emotional regulation was and like how to understand that side of myself. So it took me until I was like 25 and like therapy to finally start figuring out like how to like manage that stuff. You know, it's like, unfortunately, like you can't teach that at school, really. Like that has to be a parental thing. I'm on that journey right now. Yeah, like learning where you're putting your emotions is so important. It's like, that's like the first thing. Like the first thing I do if I have a frustrated moment is I check where I did not regulate my emotions. So I check myself and I'm like, okay, what happened? Where did that come from? And where was I not regulating things? Right? Like what is this really coming from? Because there's a root to this. Because otherwise I would have been okay in the moment. And then there's always a root. There's always like a root thing that I wasn't managing, that I was ignoring, trying to sweep under the rug. And once I acknowledge that, I can move on. My real job, I'm a psychologist in schools. Amen. Yeah, I shouldn't say that it can't be taught in schools. I just feel like it didn't when I grew up in schools. And aside from like the random HR, like the counselor, right? Like I saw this, I was one of the kids who saw the school counselor. And like they tried, like my school counselor tried really, really hard to try to get me to understand my emotions, how I was feeling, why I was feeling that way. But that's like one person trying to fight. You know, they say it takes a village. Like I went home and none of that stuff applied because I just went right back to what I was doing because my parents weren't on board. That's the problem. So like I remember this lady because she even like called my mom and was like trying really hard to like figure out how to help me through what I was going through as a kid. And like it didn't matter. You know, I went home, school's over, I go back to my bedroom, I go back to doing what I'm doing, playing video games, ignoring everything, hiding from it all, instead of like truly going through it, you know? So like, unfortunately, the teachers and the positions in school that do try to help this, it takes a village, man. It takes a village. You cannot send your kid to school and then come home and not like reinforce the stuff they're learning from school. Like you have to reinforce. You have to like you have to work with the teachers, not just watch the teachers do the job. You know what I mean? Like, like it's a full-time job. It's a village, man. Yeah. Dude, Flo Dunny, that is the most true. Dude, I honestly am thinking about making a pot of iced coffee because it's been too hot. Yeah, I feel that, Oz. I feel that big time. I'm so glad that the stigma around therapy is slowly going away. Yeah, I agree. I try to talk about it because I want to be the help there. Oh, never too late, little ham. Panda Bread. Life is a journey of self-discovery. And if you're not learning new things about yourself into your old age, then in my humble opinion, let me say that again, my opinion is that you are not living at all. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson has this really, really beautiful mantra that he goes through life. And he says that, and I'm going to paraphrase, he says his goal every day is to like learn something new. His goal like every day is to like do something new, like learn something new. Like he has this like mantra and it like really stuck with me, even though obviously it didn't, because I don't remember at all what he said. You know, at this point, this might as well be a Michael Scott quote. But the point that I took away from what he was trying to say is that, you know, life is all about self-discovery. Like you should be learning something new about yourself periodically, dude. Like all the time. You should be searching for new things in your soul that you love. You know, if you're not picking up new hobbies well into your later years and looking at old hobbies and bringing them back and cycling things out and trying new music and trying different cuisines and, you know, figuring out how to continue to grow despite the fact that you're full grown. You know, there's emotional growth, there's spiritual growth, there's physical growth, right? There's financial growth. There's like social growth, like people, friends, family. There's like so many different ways that you can ascend yourself as a person. How are you not finding a way to grow into your older age? You know what I mean? Like you got to grow. You got to find a way to grow as a person. There's always something that you could probably do better. And it's not about like the capitalistic, like, gotta do better, gotta be bigger, better. Like it's that. So like, I hate the word better. It's just about discovering new things about yourself. Good, bad, ugly, upside down, turn around, blue skidoo, like whatever it is. Just about discovering new things about yourself and more things you want out of your experience, and the things that make you happy and the things that make you sad. And what's up, Courtney 2000? By the way, good to see you. Yeah, Pal World 1.0 is tomorrow. Yeah. Finding things that bring you joy, and then even more importantly, finding the things that don't bring you joy. I think too far often we focus on the good but not the bad. When's the last time you asked yourself, like, what things do I not want from life? I love that question. I had to start asking myself those types of questions when I started streaming. Like, what do I not want out of streaming? What are 5 things that I do not want to happen with my show? What are 5 things that I'm trying to avoid happening with my content? Right? I had to ask myself those types of questions because I feel like that helped me better find the things that I wanted. You know? Yo, what up, Lord Farquaad? Yo, happy birthday. We got a birthday in the chat. Yeah, Pal World made a point to come out and be like, we're not increasing the price of Pal World. I found that funny because I've never seen a game leave early access and raise the price. Does that not feel like a clout chase comment? But a W nonetheless? Like, I'm not trying to take the W away from them, but like, I've never ever seen a company take a game out of early access and then go, okay, now we're charging more money for it. So I found their statement to be so weird, like a who asked moment. Like, oh yeah, and by the way, this game's going 1.0 and we're not increasing the price. Like I don't know, like I just feel like it was such a weird clout chasey comment. Like you know what I mean? And like everyone like, whoa, like the game's already $30. What do you mean? Like, how much more would you charge for Pal World? Before the game came out, they said it was going to be 60, but 30 for early access. Oh, so actually they were basically saying that they originally planned to increase the price and now they're no longer planning to do that. Well, that's really nice of them because they did get really popular and they made so much money. I guess it was their way to say, we don't need more money from you. Thank you. And again, I wasn't trying to take their W away. I personally don't like Pal World and I don't like the company that makes the game. And I think I'm just being a little bit of a hater. I'll be real. I think I'm just being like a little petty. Because it's not that I don't like Pal World. I just think Pal World is a super edgy game that's like unnecessarily edgy. And I think the company Pocket Pair is actually way scummier than anybody gives them credit for. But the only reason they don't look scummy is because of all the stuff that happened with them around Pokemon. So I've been doing a lot of research into Pocket Pal or whatever. And that company is actually not good news at all. They've openly talked about how they're going to be using Gen AI, which is apparently the thing that nobody wants. They literally made a game, abandoned it to make another game, and they just left that game abandoned in a state of not even completion to make Pal World. So like it's like, but they're like this cool company that everyone loves. Oh yeah, Pal World, screw Pokemon, and it's like, no, they suck. And they shouldn't be praised and put on a pedestal at all. So like, why are we always talking about them in such a positive light? So like, I'll be honest, I'm just like a little bit of a punk about this company. And I didn't want to take their W. Like, it is nice that they're not asking for more money, like, because they totally could. And that's really cool. In this day and age, we need to count our W's. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I just don't like the company. I'm just a punk. I'm on that page. I don't praise them. Yeah, it's like, thank you for not raising the price, but like, I don't like you as a company. I think you're kind of scummy, and I don't even, and it has nothing to do with Pokemon for me. It had nothing to do with Pokemon. I don't care. I'm not trying to defend Pokemon. I don't care. Pokemon can fall off a cliff for all I care. Seriously, I grew up on it. I do not care about Pokemon all like that. It's not about that. It's just about their business practices and how that company came to be. If you go do the research, they're not really the best company. Yeah, I just want to make it clear. I'm not trying to be the old fat guy meme with the light, the lightsaber. Yeah, I'm gonna defend my multi-billionaire company. Like, no. Like, I'm not at all mad at Pal World for like stepping on Pokemon's toes. Like, good for them. Like, good for them. Like, please knock Pokemon down a notch. You know what I mean? Like good. Like, I don't mind that at all, you know? Yeah, Druck was talking about Black Flag resynced just a little bit ago. And I guess it comes out here soon. I'm not sure if it's coming out for Switch or not, which is what would be my preferred way to play it. Yeah, like, I'm not a defender of Pokemon by any means. What up, JR Prisma? Good to see you today. What up, caffeinated nerdy geek? As of right now, it's not coming out on the Switch 2. Yeah, I unfortunately might be skipping this, but I do want to check it out. I just don't know how it's going to run on my PC, and I don't trust Ubisoft because the last game that they released for PC that I played, which was Star Wars Outlaws, it ate my computer up and it spit it out like it was nothing. And it turns out it wasn't just me. That it was a problem with the game, not my computer and optimization. So, like, unfortunately, I can't pick up Black Sync or Black Flag Resynced because I don't know if it's going to even work on my computer. Like, it sucks to say that, but I just don't know. I can't really trust. I was checking reviews for the DDLV new DLC. It's sad that it's seen as mixed reviews because people are salty there's no game share for DLCs. I don't think that's a fair review of the game itself. Game share for DLC. So wait, are we talking about people are criticizing because if you own the game on 2 different consoles, your DLC doesn't transfer over? It just didn't run well. Yeah, it just didn't run well. It was just like maxing all my computer settings out and it was bad. No family share with Steam. Oh. Yeah, dude, screw that, Sammy Dot. Yeah, dude. Oh, so at one point people were family sharing Steam family sharing DDV, and now you can no longer do that specifically with DLC. You can only family share the base game, or just not at all. Because like there's a lot of different rules to game share. Like, for example, I can't family share Grand Theft Auto 4. Grand Theft Auto 4 is like locked down, and you cannot family share that game, I don't think. At least it used to be that way. So there are a lot of weird rules with Steam. Like, there are a lot of weird rules. That kind of sucks. People weren't aware that it was changing on the DLC, so now everyone is leaving negative reviews on the DLC itself. That's unfortunate. I agree with Amari Code that that's an unfortunate reflection on the game. And especially because this is an English game that you could just go to their Discord, go to their socials, and you could leave your negative feedback there. You don't have to do it in a review and ruin the reputation of the game. You could just give them the criticism in other ways and hope that they change it. And the reason I bring this up is because not too long ago, so Slay the Spire had a bunch of negative reviews because Slay the Spire apparently has like a huge Chinese audience, but the Chinese audience has no way to talk to the Slay the Spire devs. So the Chinese audience started using Steam reviews to talk to the developers and to share their thoughts about the game. And they had to use the review system because in China, there was no other way for them to connect with the publishers and to talk on social medias because it's all separated. So they started using Steam reviews to be like, yo, this isn't working. This is not working. This sucks. Like, please fix the game. And Slay the Spire had a bunch of negative reviews come in. And everyone was like, man, that's so unfair. Slay the Spire is a great game. Why are they getting negative review bombed? Well, it turned out the Chinese audience was negative review bombing because it was their only way to communicate with the company. And in that situation, it started making me think about how reviews should not be used in a way to get something to happen that you want to happen with a game. Like, reviews should be used just to review your experience with the game, not to criticize the company for something that might even be out of their hands. Like, we don't even know. That's why we have social medias. That's why we have Discord. That's why we have these other avenues to share our thoughts and be like, hey, why did you change this on Steam? Can we drum up some comments on this and maybe Gameloft will address it? I don't know if you just go to the review section and negatively review something because you disagree with how family share works. A feature that's not even guaranteed when you purchase the game. Like, when you buy a game on Steam, there isn't some kind of note that says you're absolutely, guaranteed to have access to family share. Steam could take that away from you at any time, and that has nothing to do with the game. That's on Steam. Steam has all control over that. That's not tied to the purchase of your game. That's just a luxury feature that Steam offers its customers. So it's like real weird. And I do find it unfortunate that like review bombing, when it's not about the game's performance or when it's not about the gameplay itself, like that sucks. I like the game, but we stand with those opposing the DLC game sharing crowd. So I'm leaving a negative review too. Yeah, that sucks. Now I'm not, I don't mind too much. Like it's not like it's a small indie game. Like whatever, like, you know, I would feel worse if it was like, if this was happening to like Hades or something, but it still sucks to see that. I do wish I didn't have to rebuy everything to play on Switch. I do agree with that. And that's like a different, right. I do agree with that. I don't like that if you buy the game and DLC on like Xbox, you have to buy it all again on Switch. Like, I do think that they could figure that out. You know, Fantasy Life was like the same way. Fantasy Life, like I didn't get my pre-order rewards on Switch because I bought it on Steam, and I thought that was so lame. Yo, what up, Jenky? All right, nice yap session this morning. We haven't had one of these this week at all. Nice yap session, dude. Let's jump over and let's poke around this game for a little bit before I have stuff I have to do today, unfortunately. So we're just here to vibe for a bit. Yo, thank you, Jitterbug Jules, for 34 months, by the way, and happy birthday, Lord Farquaad. What are you gonna do with your birthday today, dude? Good to see you, Jitterbug. I hope you're feeling all right out there. Good morning. What up, Panda Breb? Lucinda, welcome to the show. Lily, Tazi, and Skylar, welcome back, by the way. Yeah, Coco Miko, it's tough to find the right one out there. Aurora Sunrising. What were you talking about, Caramel? DLC ownership gets complicated with cross-platform. Yeah, it sucks. I had that issue with Sims. Yeah, DLC ownership stuff is somehow still not figured out, despite the fact that we're in 2026 with gaming. I find that to be almost a too negative of a conversation to get into without having the proper mood to do so. But like why are we in a timeline where you introduced this DLC, but you haven't figured out the ownership rights of it yet. Like, that's so frustrating. It's like, okay, so you're selling me DLC, but you haven't figured out how to make sure that the DLC that I bought works on multiple consoles. Like, that's on you, dude. You sold me that DLC. It's on you. You need to figure that out. But it's stupid that it doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? Like, you got to figure that out. You sold it to me, dude. That's your job. Like, what do you mean, man? That'd be like somebody selling you a lawnmower and then expecting you to figure out like how to change, like somebody selling you a lawnmower and then expecting you to figure out how to make the proprietary parts to fix it. It's like, dude, I can't do that. I do understand why people are mad that the DLC rule randomly changed. Yeah, no, that does suck. Sorry to hear you're in pain, man. Yeah, it does suck. Well, so sometimes you gotta, I guess sometimes you gotta negative review bomb to see if a company will change their mind about something. I guess that's where we're at, you know, whatever. If you live in Austria, then GTA 6 Online is going to require an ID. Oh. You know, the ID stuff has been getting a little bit more manageable because it's been credit cards. A lot of companies are like, well, if you are willing to upload a credit card, then that's good enough to prove you're an adult. And I like that. I like that a lot. That makes me happy. Because like, I'd much rather give up a credit card than I would an ID. So hopefully that continues to be a trend, and like more companies that start doing that stuff here in the States, that it just like a credit card is enough. Yo, thank you D Helm for 43, dude. How you been, bud? Always make me feel welcome right back, dude. Good to see you back in here, man. How you been? Happy Thursday. Just finished my storage overhaul. I copied your island idea because it saves time, not having to go into the house. And back to working on the DLC plot. Oh, nice, dude. Storage island. Storage island's a thing. I'll just steal my mom's credit cards. Yeah, that it is annoying. It is annoying. I feel like that stuff could definitely be handled better. But maybe it's more complicated than we realize, but I don't care. Figure it out. I'm back. What did I miss? You didn't miss too much. We just finished yapping. So good timing. I mean, if you weren't into the conversation. Gotta start getting ready for work. Yo, caffeinated nerdy geek. Have a good day at work, homie. Thanks for coming and chatting with us. Been on furlough, but made the most of it the best I could. Now I'm back to work and I can lurk to my heart's content. I hope things were as smooth as eggs. Learn the hard way about credit cards, Flip Toast. I never did the credit card thing from the parents. I almost got my mom into one of those CD schemes. You guys know the CD schemes where you're like you pay a nickel for a CD, and then like it ends up like ruining your life, and they take your house and stuff. Like, it's terrible. So one day I like tried to get it. So I called, and somebody was doing their job. All right. Because I called in and I tried to use my best grown man voice So, you know, it was probably like, hey. And I was like, I am an adult, sire. And I would like to order one of your CD arrangements, you know, and I'm like, I have a credit card right here. And I have my mom's credit card in my hand. And the lady on the phone's like, hey, wait a second. How old are you? And I'm like, I'm a full adult man. At the spry age of 37, like, and the lady was like, I don't think you should be doing this. And she hung up on me, and I got like scared and like never tried again. So shout out to the lady who was doing her job that day and just didn't take the money. Is the Winnie the Pooh honey set, is that tree a house skin? You talking about in the shop? Let's go take a look. You're not talking about the beekeeper's cottage, right? That's definitely a house skin. Right here. This is just an item. This is not a house skin. This is just an item. This is not a house skin. This is just furniture. Good question. This is not a house skin. This is just something you put down. The only house skin they released with Winnie is the top one up here. The Beekeeper Cottage, this is a house skin. And it costs 3,000 by itself. I agree, Tater Tot. Yo, what up, Miss Kraza? Welcome back. I did that with my grandma's QVC account. Oh no, not the QVC, dude. I had QVC on my back for a while because I bought something from them and I didn't pay it back. So I was getting phone calls from random collections agencies for years because of it. You would think at a certain point they would just give up, but they didn't. They just always kept calling back. I caved and got hee-hee. Hi from my son Dean and I. Hello, Dean, and welcome in, the typical mythical. Welcome to the show today. Another QVC mom. Mine would leave that channel on all day. Chat, what was the toy / thing you wanted really bad that you could only purchase by calling a 1-800 number from a commercial? Mine was a Nickelodeon magazine and Marvin Magic's drawing board. Mine was the National Geographic subscription. And mine was that weird foam stuff. That weird like bubble foam stuff. You know what I'm talking about? Flume, yeah, Flume. I always wanted Floam. It's called Floam. Here it is. I always wanted Floam, dude. Hook me up with some Floam, man. I wonder if this was a 1-800. I don't know if this was actually a 1-800 or not. Yeah, blow pens. Yeah, blow pens. Yeah. You could still get this. What up, Unitada? Yeah, I don't know if this was 1-800 or not, though. It might not line up with the question. There was also Better Blocks. When you had to wash that out of your children's laundry, you seriously want to end someone? Really, Maharit? The hedgehog's favorite food is puffle bud pods and golden honey. Oh, thank you. I think I gave it some honey this morning, so we're good, right? Golden honey. Okay, sick. Anything Billy Mays, even though we were a kid. Well, now I got 2 honeys from me. Wait a second. I didn't think that was... Whatever. Jerk. The slap chop. That's so funny. What a good question. The Skip It in the Moon shoes. Skip It, aka the Ankle Destroyer. Skip It's were great. Yeah, if you wanted bloody ankles. Skip It's were just masochist ankle training. What about Bop It? Skip It was a death trap. The Razor scooters were ankle destroyers. Yeah, those too. I rocked the Skip It. What's up, Litharwin? Where's my other D-box? There's Eeyore. I saw chat room unlocked Eeyore. We just unlocked Eeyore yesterday and we got his tail before we stopped playing. Oh, nice. Green Hedgehog. Nice. Green boy. Looks like he's got a mushroom growing out of him. If you want to destroy your body, try competitive gymnastics. Oh, I know what y'all go through. Competitive gymnastics is no joke, man. You want to know what's the only thing that's equivalent to competitive gymnastics? Would maybe be competitive wrestling as a kid. The wrestlers had it bad as well. What those like, I don't know, maybe it's not as bad as it used to be, but when I grew up, dude, wrestlers were always like the weirdest kids because they were always putting themselves through like the most brutal regimens, like as kids. Like I remember hanging out with a kid and he was like, oh yeah, I can't eat for the next 3 days. And I'm like, why not? He's like, gotta make weight, bro. I'm like, you can't eat for the next 3 days? That's not how the human body works, dog. Like, it's like, you gotta eat food, son. Like, why weren't these teachers telling them that? Why is your friend telling you that? I feel like gymnastics is just as brutal. Gymnastics were just as brutal, dude. I'm cutting, yeah, dude. Like, wow. I tried doing a juice cleanse for 3 days. I mean, I did the master cleanse. Has anybody here heard of the master cleanse before? So here, I'll read you guys the master cleanse. So the master cleanse is a modified juice fast that permits no food, substituting tea and lemonade made with maple syrup and cayenne pepper, as well as doing 1/4 saltwater flush using sea salt and water to cause urgent bowel movements every morning of the fast. I didn't expect to read that last part of the sentence. That's my bad. So this was a diet developed by Stanley Burroughs, who initially marketed it in the 1940s and revived it in his 1976 book called The Master Cleanse. Proponents claim that the diet tones, reduces, and cleanses the body, allowing the body to heal itself. While there's no evidence that the diet removes any toxins or that it achieves anything beyond temporary weight loss, followed by rapidly regaining the lost weight. Though unlikely to be harmful over the short term, Master Cleanse and similar programs can be harmful over the long term. All right, and that's the key here. It's not really the best decision. However, I think that fasting is a really powerful thing, and if you're gonna fast a little bit, do it, man. So, whatever. You got to do what you got to do. Master Cleanse originally was a 10-day diet. I did it for 7. So Master Cleanse originally is 10 days, and you don't have to do the saltwater flush. What I did was senna tea instead. So there's a thing called senna leaf, and it's a natural laxative tea. So what I did is I drank senna tea every morning. I did a herbal laxative tea such as senna, and I would drink it every morning and every night before bed and after when I would wake up. Right? And then from there, I did it instead of 10 days, I did it for 7. And from there, I would make this fake lemonade, and I would squeeze a bunch of lemons, water, cayenne pepper, and then maple syrup, but it had to be the richest grade B maple syrup that still has calories. All right. And it was actually really, 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 really dope. I will tell you right now that it was one of the coolest moments of my life. At first, you're struggling, you're hungry. You're getting your calories. You're not like starving. You're not even malnutrition. That's the thing. You're not malnutritioned here outside of like the lack of protein and stuff, but you have like nutrition. You do have calories. You are like putting something in your body enough to where like you're functioning. You're not doing the healthy thing, like with protein and like stuff that you need. Like, so like, yeah, there could be like a negative side, but you're still like eating. You're still getting nutrients. So day 1, 2, 3 was like, okay, a little weird. Day 4, 5, 6, going into day 7, you feel so good. You don't even feel like a human. Like, I remember at one point I said to my buddy, I feel like I could go outside right now and lift up a car off the ground. And at this point I was 6 days deep of no eating. And I felt so good that I felt that I could go outside and I could lift the car up off the ground. That's how good I felt. I felt powerful. I felt just free. I felt clean. It was like my body was emptied out. There was nothing left in me, because your digestive tract can just like hold on to stuff for years, right? And at the end of the 7th day, I went back, I slowly reintroduced like juice and fruit, and then I went back to eating, and it was cool, man. I think the Master's Cleanse was an interesting journey, and I don't know if I would ever do it again, but I think the 7 days versus the 10 was really nice. It was dope. I bet chewing hurt your jaw after that though. I had that after a fast once. Third eye open mania. Anyone got their drop? Yeah, a bunch of people got their drops yesterday. PokeProf. Are you trying to work on yours? Exclamation point claim if you want to try to find the way to track your drop. And make sure you're connected and all that. I wonder, did I get my drop last night? Let's go see. Let's go see. Let's go see real quick. Oh, boom. Check mark. Check mark. All right, let's go check the mailbox in game real quick. Do we know how long Pufflebud pods take to bloom? Which one is that? Is that the purple one? Is that the purple one right here? This was the longest one out of the 3. The parsnips were like no time at all. The middle yellow ones required 1 water. I think these ones also required a single watering, and it was like 30 minutes maybe. I don't know. Either way, it's the longest. That's all I can tell you. 4 hours and 2 waters. Is that what it was? 2 waters. Okay, so it was 1 water, 2 water, 0 besides for the first water, right? So yeah, so 1 water, 2 water, 2 water. And maybe, was it 4 hours? It could have been a while. I planted them yesterday. Yeah, it could have been like 2 to 4 hours. Maybe 2 hours is accurate. Because I planted them like 2 hours into the stream and they fully grew around noon. Yeah. Oh, nice. I still had some Pride Month goodies in here. Man, I'm tired today. I don't know why I'm so tired today. I must have not slept well. I'm tired, man. I guess I don't have my goodies yet. So I did get my drops, but they're not in my mailbox yet. So I do have the check mark on Twitch though. So now we're just playing the waiting game and we just have to wait for them to get mailed. You sound like me. Yeah, that's why I opted to yap so hard this morning about such random topics, because when I'm tired, the yap machine is on full effect. So I'm just gonna sit here and talk because I'm like, I need to wake up. I'm trying to play with one hand. My dog's sleeping on the other. That was me yesterday. That's so funny. I was trying to play, I was playing World of Warcraft with one hand. I was playing WoW with one hand. Not yesterday. This was like the other day. And because I was trying to pet my cat with the other. How often does Game Off let you do drops? I have been a part of all but one drop campaign. The very first year they did drops, I was not a part of that. And then the second year I was, and now we're into the third or fourth year now. What is this, the fourth year? So I don't think they did drops their first year in existence, but they did them the second year, third year, and fourth year. And we're in the fourth year now. Yeah, so I've done 3 of the 4 drop campaigns. I didn't get invited to the first, but then ever since, I had somebody looking out for me on the team, and they've been inviting me. I'm very proud. Yeah. So hopefully I'll be here for drops for the foreseeable future as well, if the team wants to keep working with me. Some days I just eat very light instead. Yeah, you can't take anybody else's advice from fasting, Ghost Compass. Good to see you on YouTube, by the way. Fasting is something you need to like talk to a doctor about. Everybody's body's different, and you can't just go do that. You know, I did that master cleanse when I was 20 years old, and I was already like not eating ever at the time. I was living like college life basically. So it was like different, you know what I mean? But you can't just go around doing that. I did get my Eeyore ears. Yes. I believe I did. Let me check. Yeah, you got to be careful about fasting and stuff. You got to talk to a doctor about that stuff. I do think that everyone should consider fasting, though. That's not my place to give you advice, but I think everyone should consider it. Talk to a doctor if you are not sure. Because what I've read from some Eastern teachings through like Buddhism is that once you hit like 16, 17 hours, your body starts a physiological process where it starts to throw away bad cells and it starts making new cells. So apparently it takes like 12 to 16 hours. I think it's 16 for this specific process to start in our bodies. And there's some science behind this. But it's like apparently at like the 12-hour mark of fasting, the process begins. And at like 16 hours of fasting, your body goes into full-on rebuild mode and it starts cleaning house. And it starts to get rid of old cells. Yeah, there it is. Gaming with Ash. Yeah, it's like autophagy or autophagy or something like that. Yeah, it's autophagy or something. Thank you. And it's this process that's like super healthy for our bodies because it destroys and breaks down old cells and repurposes them into new cells. And this really helps the human existence. And if you like really think about how humans were like in the hunting and gathering days, it makes sense that our body would have systems in place from years ago. I'm not saying that we should be the way we were back then. I'm saying it would make sense because like we would go out and hunt all day and gather all day. Like let's just say from 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. And then we would come home and we would eat and like do all that. So it makes sense that like humans' bodies and physiology is designed for like walking and like not eating for huge chunks of time. It's not like humans were walking around eating all day. That's so like our bodies are still invoked with processes from back then. It's not like our bodies' processes changed over the 100 years that America's been established, or 250 years. Like that's not how that works, right? So our bodies were designed way back then, and some of those systems are still very much in place now. It's not like our bodies all of a sudden are now like, oh, the Industrial Revolution, I better stop doing that thing I did back in the day. Like, no, that's not how evolution works, right? So like some of those systems are like worth investigating, right? Like in like understanding. And that's why I personally believe that there is some like truth to the science of like autophagy and how do you say it? It's autophagy. And you know, there's like the science behind that is like is powerful. It's real stuff, dude. It's something that you can look into. Like obviously the media is not going to tell you this stuff. You know, like obviously you're not going to be able to go online and like read about this stuff because none of this stuff, like in America, the corporations run everything and they want us, unfortunately, like sick and tired and not healthy. So like if what I'm saying sounds like voodoo magic, it's not. It's just not common knowledge. So like you unfortunately, like no matter what I say, it's going to sound like another voodoo magic diet plan because there's been a bajillion of those over our lives. And it's like, so it's unfortunate, right? Like there's always going to be like a certain level of pushback and misunderstanding, and everybody's body's different, right? Like we're definitely at a point now where you can't just, even like your average doctor might not be able to talk to you about something like this. Because again, I learned about this from reading about Eastern medicine and like what Buddhists do and like stuff like that. That's how I learned about this, from like doing my own like research. I didn't like, you know what I mean? Like, and I've heard stories of like people going to their doctor and being like, hey, what do you think about fasting? And the doctor's like, yeah, you know, whatever. Because like that doctor's still intelligent. He's still the person you should be talking to. But he wasn't taught that because that's not what they teach in Western medicine. So it's not that he's like dumb or ignorant. It's not that you shouldn't be listening to him. But it's because we don't get taught that here, right? Like Western medicine, when you go to school to be a doctor in the West, You don't get taught that stuff. So you don't know how to pass that on to your patients. So like, of course, when you're a patient and you're like, hey, should I consider this like process I heard about? They're going to be like, no, that's garbage. I don't know what you're talking about. Here, take this medicine. Because they weren't even taught that. It's not even that they're doing a bad thing. It's not even like they're doing malpractice. They don't even know. So that's why it's like it's a real uncomfortable conversation to have, because it's tough. But I went on a tangent. But the point that I was trying to make was that I recently started learning more and more about like the processes that happen in our bodies when we fast. And when you hear the word fasting, it's more so about not eating. Like that's like, it's the idea of giving your body breaks before you consume anything like calories and stuff, because then your body has time to activate these physiological processes that apparently our bodies have been doing for like hundreds and hundreds of years. But like these processes just aren't talked about, but they make sense to me if you like just think about it. You're like, yeah, that makes sense. Like it makes sense that our body would have processes that activate when you get to like different stages of, okay, I haven't eaten in 8 hours. Okay, I haven't eaten in 12 hours. Your body has a plan and it enacts it. It goes, okay, now let me go and do this thing. Okay, oh, you haven't eaten in 16 hours. Okay, well, now the house is clean and we can go and we can start the deep clean. Like that all makes sense in my brain, even if I can't tell you if it's real, even if I can't talk about it a lot, you know, because I haven't done a ton of my own research. But like I haven't been educated in it, but I can at least like wrap my head around it and be like, this is somewhat real, right? Like it's obviously a thing. And then it comes down to like, for me personally, from that step forward. So now I've started doing my own research and like I've looked into it and, you know, I talked to a doctor about it and so on, you know. Anyways, I'm not trying to tell you guys to do anything. I was just sharing my thoughts about it because I found it super interesting that, and I think there is like something pretty powerful for a certain group of people to maybe like just do like a 16-8. I think that 16-8 is probably like the best, most approachable, like 12-12 or 16-8, most approachable like fast you could probably like give a try. Again, like make sure you talk to your doctor and stuff like that, make sure like it's safe. But I've done plenty of like 16-8s where you sleep for 8 hours and then you don't eat for 8 hours and then you eat for 8 hours and you have like a couple meals within 8 hours. Like that doesn't sound too drastic at all, right? Think about that for a second. You sleep for 8 hours and then you either wake up and eat for 8 hours and then you don't eat until the next day, or you wake up and don't eat and then eventually you eat before bed, you know, whatever works best for your schedule. But it's actually like it kind of makes sense. Like that's what I try to do. I try to do that. I try to like just keep my meals and stuff in like one little window of time, whether it be like 6 hours or 8 hours. And then I try to keep everything else out except for like water and coffee. I'm weak to coffee. You know what I mean? Be skeptical when someone's trying to sell you something. Yeah, right. As soon as they try to sell you something, that's when skepticism pops up. That's what makes this so interesting, because nobody's trying to sell it. Right, like nobody's really trying to sell it. The people that are super deep cut. It's like just knowledge that has been lost in the Western market. You know, like nobody's like trying to sell it or anything. Because you can't sell fasting, right? That's the problem. Like, think about it. Of course they're not trying to sell it, because what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to try to sell? Oh, by the way, like one of the healthiest things you could do for yourself is to not buy and consume stuff in capitalistic America. Why would they ever try to sell you that? You know what I mean? It's not a conspiracy. It's just how capitalism works. Like, Obviously, they're not going to try to sell you something that's unsellable. Like, you can't sell knowledge. You can't sell a health, like, oh yeah, by the way, you know, if you want to like live healthier, maybe don't eat food for 6 hours a day. It's like, nah, don't do that, dude. Nah, you got to keep consuming, you know? So like, obviously it's not something that has gotten any backing of science. Like, that's the problem. Like, here, let's pivot to a different conversation because it also applies. So it's like marijuana. So marijuana, unfortunately, hasn't had any science behind it because it was locked behind being considered like a really high scheduled drug for like years, right? So unfortunately, because it was locked in the Western market behind being like considered like this really harmful drug, there's been no science, so nobody knows anything about it. So now all of a sudden it's like becoming like legal and people are starting to run into issues with it. Well, of course, because there's never been any science. Like, not really at all. Like, at all. So nobody really knows what like long-term effects of like marijuana use could do to you. Nobody really knows anything about it because it was so locked down by the Western market that there's been not really any studies at all and no like real science investigating how humans interact with it. It's just been locked down for like most of like modern culture. Right? And that sucks, right? It's like, why? And that's like what's happened with like fasting. Like, there's no science really backing it because nobody wants to spend the money to do research on something that could make them less money. Right? Like, why would you spend money to do research on a medical process that doesn't make you any money? You wouldn't do that. That doesn't make any sense. If anything, you would spend money to disprove it, right? You'd be like, yeah, never mind. This is bad. All right. So it's real interesting, you know? It's like, unfortunately, there's some things that just haven't had enough science backing for us to like take the time to really look into it. Like, how does it affect you? Because there's just not enough people that are lobbying for it to be researched. Right? And like, it takes years sometimes. This stuff gets like held back. Right? It's like super unfortunate that like marijuana has been held back in that regard. Like, what if we found so many wonderful things with the plant that we can't know about because we're finally just now starting to research it like on a heavy level? Or the opposite. What if we realized that like actually long-term use could lead to like this and this, but we didn't know that for years because nobody wanted to fund like researching it. You know, so it's like, it's unfortunate that there are a bunch of medical avenues that the Western market doesn't pursue at all because it's not profitable. And it just all comes down to the profits, man. It's just not profitable at all. All right, let's go continue our Eeyore quest today. It's not often my PhD intercepts with my gaming spaces. What a lovely way to start my day. Yeah, Gaming with Ash. Yeah, thanks for sharing with us on YouTube. I smoke tree like every day and it helps. Yeah. I think the science around bud is real interesting. You know, there's obviously benefits, and just like everything, overconsumption could lead to negativity. So what we need to be researching in that field, and I could talk about this for hours, is we need to be researching the negative effects of overconsumption, because there are going to be edge cases where somebody is struggling and overconsumption of it leads to a negative impact. And it's important for us to just know all of the possibilities around it. You know what I mean? like there's obviously such a beautiful side of herb, and like whether it be medicinal, whether it be recreational, a way to help you sleep, a way to relax, like there's all these positive sides, of course, and there's nothing wrong with enjoying a little bit of bud. But it would just be nice if we started doing research, because you know, the some of the best research we have is garbage. Like there's an old, here was like one of the old, y'all ever heard of the old research with like, they took a bunch of monkeys and they put gas mask on them and they force fed them marijuana smoke and then wrote down on a research paper that it was bad for you? That's the kind of research we had for like 100 years about marijuana. Oh, well, we took a bunch of monkeys and we put a gas mask on their face and we force fed them marijuana, and then we looked at how stupid they were acting and like how sick they were getting, and we said that this is bad for humans. Like that was one of the most like important researches that we've ever had. It was like this happened in like the 70s or something. Like what? Like what? Like we don't know the real, what we're really dealing with, right? And then, not to make any of the smokers in the house uncomfortable truths, but then you're also dealing with pesticides. And we have zero research on what happens when you mass produce marijuana. Because it's a lot different when you're smoking this stuff and your buddy grew it in his closet with no pesticides or anything. It's another thing when it's getting mass produced like a crop and being sold over the counter medicinally. We have zero research on what's going to happen when you bring pesticides and stuff into the mix and mass production, right? We have no idea. We have zero research on what could be happening with that right now. Right? And again, like this is stuff that we could have had research on if there wasn't a bunch of weirdos trying to like make it seem like it's this super bad thing. And so now we're finally coming out of the dark age with it, and it's getting research, and we're starting to figure out like, okay, well, actually there are some people that can have really bad negative effects with this. Oh, actually there are other health concerns with it that we didn't consider before. And oh, actually it could be used in a positive way to help with this, and this. And these are all things we learned through research, you know? So like the past like 10, 20 years have been massive for marijuana, and when it comes to research and like what it's actually doing to our bodies. Yeah, like we're finally coming out of the dark ages with it, right? And like it's miserable, you know? Yeah, what up, Pyro Chick? Good to see you. Green, I like it so green. It's all regulated so hard here in MN. They don't always have availability at dispos. They're constantly trying to make it better. Right. You know, the more like commercial something gets, unfortunately, the more corrupted it gets. And like research really helps make sure that corruption is down to a minimum. You know what I mean? And the fact that mental health is still a stigma. Yeah, like recently I learned about because bud is gotten like weirdly like more commercially stronger, that there's like a subset of people who like consume such a high percentage so often that it starts to cause their body to physiologically attach to it, and then without it they start to get sick. It's like a weird phenomenon. So it's like the oil famine stuff, right? So they take like they're taking so much of it in every day, right? They're always blowing themselves out to like the maximum tier, that their body will actually start to adapt, and then when you don't take in the weed, you actually get sick. And it's reversing on people. This is a real thing that's happening like in the weed space that I read about, where there are people who are starting to report that like they've been taking it so much that once they stop taking it, they get sick because their body's used to it. And now their body relies on it and becomes dependent on it. And it's like, so then they go a morning without it, and they're like, they got morning sickness, like they're pregnant, and they're like sick in the bathroom, and they're like, oh, I can't exist without it. And it's like, you don't think that's kind of a problem? Like, that's like a little bit of a problem. That's something we should research, right? Like, we should know that that's an option that could happen to you. Nobody talked about that 20 years ago. 20 years ago, nobody was talking about how you could push yourself to the point of like becoming dependent on it. Now it's like a thing that we're finally researching and talking about. And it's like, oh, maybe there is a too much. You know, I grew up in the era where there was never too much, you know, where now it's like, actually, maybe there is a line you can cross. And I know some of us are like, well, logically, there's always a line. Well, yeah, but now we can talk about it and like research it and like make it clear. Like there is a line. Up until now, it was like, oh, don't overdo it. Like, no, like, you know what I mean? Like now we have like facts and like research, and we can be like, hey, like actually there is a line and you might have to be careful, right? It's the receptors. All the communication in our bodies occurs through the receptors. When something is overconsumed, it changes the receptor composition. Right. Yo, good morning, exhaustion. Hey, dude. All right, I'm going to go grab some more coffee real quick, and then we're actually going to play this game. I promise I'm actually going to play the game. All right, but I just need to get my last cup of coffee. We're going black coffee today for this last cup, all right? Thanks for your patience, y'all. I'll be right back. Yo, what's up? All right, we're back. No, not necessarily exhaustion. I was just sharing my thoughts about the how we're finally able to start researching marijuana because there's less of a stigma on it, and how hopefully we can start to find out all sorts of wonderful information about how it affects us, because there are some people who it affects negatively, and it would be nice if we had more research on why. You know, so that we could avoid that. People who use it for whatever reason, whether positively, recreationally, medicinally, you know, just like more research would be so nice. So we have better knowledge of what we're doing, right? Like here's one more example before yo, Pyro Chick, thanks for vibing with us, by the way. Pieces in the chat. You know, before I walk away, one more thing to add to it is like, the different ways that we consume it now, right? You have oil that's created through the process of using butane. And then you have oil that's created through this other process that I just learned about. That's like, it's not using butane, it uses something else. And then you have like the pens that are cut with like veggie glycerin or whatever. And you know, you puffing on those pens, and then you have like the flower itself. Then you have like how the flower is grown and regulated. And then you have like You have all these different, and then you have like edible, you have all these different styles. And it's like, we should be doing research on how different styles affect you. Because I promise you, smoking oil, heavily concentrated oil every day is going to affect you mentally differently than it does a person who smokes flower every day. And I can tell you in my personal experience, I worked with a guy that I watched go literally insane from smoking the pens. So like in my city years ago, these pens came around and we were all getting excited. We were blowing on these pens every day at work, right? And I watched this guy literally get to a point to where he was like hot-headed and irritable and angry. And one day I sat down and I was like, man, I've noticed that since you started working here and you started smoking those pens, I'm like, I've noticed the irritability. I think it's coming from the pen. And I'm like, dude, take a break from that pen and watch your mental calm down. And it did. He did. He actually took my advice. He put the pen down. He just went back to smoking regular tree. And within 2 weeks, he came up to me and he was like, man, I think you were right. I think whatever they're cutting this oil with was messing with my head. And he was like, I had to stop. So now he realized that he only wanted to hit those pens like every once in a while. And he preferred to stick with his regular stuff. So just one little personal anecdotal experience that I saw firsthand. And again, no research on this stuff. No research on it all. It's like, we should know the difference between the ways you go about it and like you know what I mean? I'm drinking Tim Hortons today. What's up, Monka Man? I'm drinking Tim Hortons today. We're doing some Timmies today. Isn't that a Canadian, right? We're doing some Timmies. Yeah, Planet Kitties. I try real hard. The coffee thing is something I've noticed as well. The coffee thing is tough. Yeah, coffee stuff is tough. He's a crazy pen user. Yes, Hyleen, we have a client at work who that happened to. He's become so nasty when he used to be so kind. I'm telling you, the pen will get into your head, dude. Yeah, just some nice black Tim Hortons. I can do the black coffee if it's nice and light and it's real hot and fresh. Amari code, that's interesting. Maybe it's just a new DLC. Timmy Hose, hell yeah. Timmy Hose. Anyways, thanks for chatting with us, everybody. Wait, let me read your message, Exhaustion. Yeah, that's like literally what we were talking about, Exhaustion. Yeah, your experience is what I've been reading online that was happening to people occasionally. Yeah, and that's why I feel like research, we should be getting research. Am I a bad person for what? I smoke once in a while, but I'm not a person who likes any sort of edibles to get out for fun. Medical, I can understand, but other things make me uncomfortable. Am I bad? No, not at all, man. First off, you're never a bad person for having an opinion about something. I think that opinions, everybody has. Going out and sharing those opinions isn't always necessary. And I think going out and pushing your opinions on other people is never necessary. I think there's different tiers of having an opinion, and there's nothing wrong with the base tier. All right, this is free, $0. You know, it's just a part of life. We all have thoughts and opinions about stuff. That's totally okay. Yeah, you're totally chill, man. Not everyone's gonna understand the marijuana thing, dude. I can tell y'all, I've told y'all my journey. You know, I was a heavy user from the age of 18 and on until I was 28. I went a decade of constant daily use. I basically didn't have many moments where I was sober at all. Like I have never really fully went into my story, but like I lived that life. And anybody in here, holler, sound off in the chat. You know, I was one of the heads, baby. You know who we are. I was one of the heads, baby. You know, if you out there, baby, you know. All right. And the truth is that I don't regret it or anything. Like that's how I chose to live my life. I loved every second of it. I have zero regrets. The only reason I even moved on was because I believe in equivalent exchange. And once I became a streamer, I realized that I had to sacrifice something or I wasn't going to be as successful as I wanted to be. I know this sounds like some voodoo, but listen, I believe in equivalent exchange. And once I saw my life after becoming a successful creator, I realized that marijuana was actually holding me back from my full potential of success. And then I realized that I had to make a sacrifice. The universe blessed me with being able to do this for a living. I needed to let something go from my life. And that was the thing I let go. And I'm not an everydayer. I'm not an all-dayer. I don't do it anymore like that. Now it's just something I do occasionally, like grabbing a brewski with your boys. Because that was my journey. That was just something I felt like I needed to do, right? I was like, okay, let's accept the universe is calling, right? I realized that my journey was to try to close that door somewhat, maybe keep the window cracked. But I closed the door. I had to make certain decisions to push my life in the direction that I wanted to be living in. And streaming was a blessing. And sometimes in life, you got to do that stuff, you know? Anyways, the point is that if it wasn't for that, I'd probably still be an everyday user, you know? And like whatever. My BF quit and his attitude shifted for the better. He can remember things a lot better now too. I've had people try to sell me on hemp oil for pain management. Don't remove the swirls from around Piglet's house before prompted to do so. Thanks. That's actually a massive comment. What's up, banana milk? Caffeine headaches suck, man. Yeah, but the reason I brought that up is not everyone's gonna get it, man. Not everyone's gonna get it. Some of us in this universe, all right? And I think that this is an old hip hop line, so don't this isn't meant to be deep. Some of us in this life don't enjoy it looking through sobriety's dirty lenses. All right? Some of us like a different perspective. All right? So yeah, you know, if you don't understand, if you don't get it, that's okay. That's all right. Why did I think you were bringing out some figurine? You know, you just might not get it, dude. Like, that's all right. You know, we're not all built the same. Yeah. And if it's not something that's a detriment to your life, live your fucking life, man. If it's not bringing you and the people around you down, if it's not something that could be hurting you, we all know, right? We don't need to go into details. There's plenty of stuff out there that can hurt you. Who cares? Live your life, baby. Right? Like, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, Jade. I don't know. I think it's important to listen to your body. Ask its questions. Yeah, you might be onto something. You know, you might want to do some self-searching and maybe see if there's a different path for you. There might not be. Banana. Yeah, but you, it's a different life, man. Dude, one of my buddies is a full-blown out engineer. Homie went to school for 10 years of his life. He's an engineer. He's out there literally building things and blueprints for things that in our everyday life, skyscrapers and railroads, right? Homie is 100% stoned every day, all day. I don't know for sure. I thought about asking him. I've been really wanting to ask him because recently I was with him and I'm like, listen, dude, I really wanted to ask him, like, are you just always stoned? Or like, do you actually take breaks to like take care of business? Because I'm so fascinated by a person who could do this. I'm so fascinated, and he gets stuff done. He gets stuff done. Like, he is such a responsible dude. He is way more responsible than I am. He is living way better than I am. Homie just bought a house. He went to school for 10 years to be an engineer. He is doing way better than I have ever even dreamed of being in my life. Yeah, it's like, so like, I don't know, man. It really is all case by case, person by person thing. Some people got it and they can do it. And some people, you need to like temper yourself. You need to chill. I was one of the you need to chill people. I realized like it was affecting my work. It was affecting my ethic, my work ethic. It was affecting my memory, my interactions. It was making me irritable sometimes. So for me and my business and my work, I realized that those worlds were not blending. It was oil and water. Some people can pull it off though, man. Yeah, some people can pull it off, you know? Well, like for me personally, I realized I was mixing oil and water. That's so funny, Lucinda. Oh man. Appreciate you gaming with Ash. All right. Let's actually play some games today. We'll actually play some DDV this morning. Super yap heavy stream. Oh, I wanted to say something real quick in mod chat. All right, anyways, I just wanted to share my thoughts with my mod team about something. All right, let's game. Yeah, today's a yap day. I didn't get it out of my system on Monday. This is why the Monday morning show is so important. That's why the Monday morning show is so important, dude. Like, I didn't get the yaps out of my system this week. So I woke up today and I was like, man, I'm in Yap City. Now, jokes aside, it's because when I'm tired, I gave away my secrets on stream before. I'll never forget because Ham Labs was like interesting and he was taking notes. When I'm tired, I yap. I don't know why. When I am like truly like dead tired, I just yap. It's like my defense mechanism. It's like, dude, I'm too tired to like play a game and like think and like, you know, I don't have the motivation to play the game. I'm just gonna talk. I'm just gonna yap. It's just who I am, I guess. I don't know. I you know, you don't think about this stuff when you're going through your life because you're not constantly analyzing yourself necessarily, even if you're an overthinker. But when you stream, you do. So sometimes there are things you don't know about yourself until you start streaming. And then you look back and you're like, I'm a weirdo. It's like, I would have never known this about myself if I didn't stream. But when I get tired, I yap. That's like a thing, I guess. Maybe if I talk, I won't pass out. Yeah. I yap when I'm anxious. I think that's probably a part of it. Yeah. I think I get tired. I get anxious. I get all up in my head that I'm doing the wrong thing. And my defense mechanism is yap. Some chat. Yeah, I was I don't know why my sleep was so weird today. I wasn't even up that late. I was playing some games last night and then I went out to the living room and I passed out watching Dexter's Laboratory. I got the DVD set. And then I woke up at like 2 a.m. on the couch, all disgruntled and uncomfortable, and I went to bed. And I guess I just messed my sleep up. Yeah, what up, Space Bruja? Thanks for 16, man. Dexter's Laboratory. What's up, Presses Dude? It's getting hot here again. Yeah. No, the heat definitely. Yeah. The 80 degrees at night, like I don't know what time it was at nighttime I don't know what temperature it was at night last night, but 70, 80 degrees at night sucks. It's just a part of summer. So it's, you know, I'm fine, but nice. We got some thunderstorms coming. I love a good thunderstorm. Waking up on the couch is the worst. The only downside. Yeah, I think I got myself. I think I woke up on the couch all funky. It's motivating for me unless I don't want it to be. Helps with my autoimmune disease, appetite, and sleep. Yeah, Johnny Walker. I'll be 100% real, especially like on a day off. I totally have days where I wake up and because I have such a long history with marijuana, I have days where I wake up and my first thought is, man, today would be so much better with just like a puff right when you wake up and just like ease into the day, right? I personally stopped trying to do that because I feel like my days are not as productive. I'm unfortunately the kind of guy that is very unproductive under the influence. Because my days just aren't productive. So like I had to change my habits. So I'm the kind of guy that if I partake, it's before bed. I'm an evening guy. I'm a weekend evening guy. I like doing it before bed. I like doing it after 5 p.m. I like doing it when I'm with my buddies playing games, but do you unlock more things after you finish Pooh's story? Sure. I think there's a lot of stuff to unlock. I just did that right now. Yeah. So like days off and stuff, it doesn't matter. But if I'm trying to have a productive day, I unfortunately struggle partaking. I used to wake up and bake every day. Like I was telling the story later. One day, we need to do a story time with Hylian, and I need to tell you all of my most ridiculous weed stories. Would you guys like that? Now that I'm like more comfortable talking about it and stuff. Because I used to be a goon, man. I'm telling y'all, like I used to get deep, dude. Like I can't tell y'all. I mean, there was a point when I was 19 where it was,
you have yourself a swell day.
I did, Oswald. I did. See, he knew. There was a point in time where I would wake up and it was just blunt. And like 2 hours later, blunt. 2 hours later, blunt. Go to work, blunt. Come home, blunt. 2 hours later, blunt. Go to sleep, wake up, blunt. Like it was just a different era, man. It's just a different era, dude. I'll tell some stories one day. Y'all. Yeah, it was early 20s, man. Yeah, Starling, cheers, dude. And again, I don't look back and regret because I was all about it. Like, it was my lifestyle. I owned it. I used to tell people that my perfume was marijuana. I was one of those jerks. I would walk onto the bus and every single head on the bus would turn. I'd walk into the grocery store and everybody was like neck break. Big whiffs. I would walk around with like a trench coat and it would just come out of me. It was just my smell. Like it was just a thing, man. I got stories to tell for y'all one day. I got stories to tell one day for sure. Your BO morphed. A cloud of smoke surrounded you. Yeah, it was like Pigpen, but I wasn't dirty. You know, the truth is though, is if you didn't like the smell of weed, you probably didn't like me. And there's a lot of people out there like that. So I know I annoyed a bunch of people. I'm sure to some people I stank, you know. I've met those people who just don't like the smell of weed. Yeah, like, the smell gives you migraines. Yeah, like I know I definitely didn't make a lot of friends like that. Hot take, I'm kind of tired of smelling it. It's everywhere nowadays. I agree for different reasons because I just think it's lost its novelty. And unfortunately, that's how the human brain works. Once something gets popular, it's no longer fun. I used to enjoy the occasional whiff while walking down the street because it was like you were in a secret club. and it was like, ooh, I smell that, ooh, you know, and you knew, ooh, but now it's like it's everywhere and it's like whatever, and nobody even, it's like no longer a fun little club, dude. I don't know, it used to be like a cool little club. It's like knowing that musical artist that got popular and now you don't like him as much because other people like him too. I agree with that, Monka. The flower is where it's at, yeah.
Did you mean to talk to me?
Dude, that's crazy, Zane. No, I've never done anything like that. I don't know if there is anything like that here. What's up, Blue Minis? Hey. What the hell did I just walk into? We were just yapping. We're just yapping. Very yap day. Please smoke outside if you live in an apartment. Yeah, dude.
I wonder what sort of special
It's so funny. It's so funny, dude. What's up? Hey, Eeyore. You seem a little gloomier than usual. What's up, dude? River's flowing better, but flowers are still dried up. Don't suppose much can be done about it, though. We have to at least try. Nope, too dangerous. The big red monster's out there. Big red monster? Is this a joke? I don't joke about monsters or anything,
No
really.
matter.
Lives out past the fog near the ever oak tree.
Figures.
It's got long wavy arms and legs and a big gaping mouth. Never sleeps either. Long wavy arms and legs and a big gaping mouth, and it never sleeps. They just described my old roommate. What the hell, dude? What? We have to do something about it. Not sure what can be done. We have to protect ourselves. Maybe we need a knight then. Why do you say that? Christopher Robin told us a story about a knight and a dragon. Dragon was burning down a castle and then the knight went to stop it. Anyways, it's a real good story. Then we could be the heroic helper and the melancholy donkey. You want me to be Eeyore the melancholy donkey? Makes sense. You would think he would take that personal. He was like, oh yeah, that's me.
That's a shame.
All right, we need a sword and a helmet.
Farewell.
Dude, Talnov, get out of here. I believe it. That transition. I bet it's a balloon. Beetle's being called out. Eeyore, I still got my onesie. Oh, dude, please don't even get me started on cigarette smoke.
Gotta say,
I think,
they're on the level.
here's the difference. I think that if I walk down the street and I smell some weed smoke, I'm like, all right, dude, calm down. You know, for me, I'm like, oh, funny, dude, nice. But that's because, again, I was in the culture. But I understand if you're like, okay, calm down. All right. But if I'm walking down the street and I smell cigarette smoke, I'm offended. I'm just going to be real. Like, I'm like full blown out offended at that point. I'm pissed. I'm like, get out of my life. Get out of my existence with that. Like, I'm full blown offended. Like, I'm just trying to be real with y'all. I'm not even trying to pull back any punches. If I'm walking down the street and I smell your cigarette, I don't like you. I am judging you instantly. I might even use the word hate. I might just hate you just right there. I just might decide in that moment that I now hate you for no reason at all besides for the fact that I smelled your smoke. Like, in that moment, I might decide I hate you. You could be the best person ever. You could have just gave me $1 million. If you light up a cigarette right after, I'm still gonna tell you I hate you. That's so valid. Yeah, dude, I don't know why, man. My nose gets physically offended when I smell cigarette smoke, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Like, I'm obviously like half joking. I don't know. I get physically offended. I 100% agree. I've only ever given out one bad Uber rating ever in my life. And keep in mind, Even the guy that I got into his car and he was obviously stoned and obviously just put out like some weed. Even that guy didn't get a bad review from me. Even though the whole time I was driving, I was thinking, why is my Uber driver stoned? This can't be good for like Uber. Like what? Like this is weird. My safety? You know, I was thinking about, but I was like, all right. But the one time that I got into somebody's car and they just flicked the cigarette out of the window as I was coming to sit in the car was the one time I ever gave a bad rating on Uber. Because like as I sat down in that car, I was like, what? I was just like, what? And I saw him like literally putting it out. And I was just like, oh my God. Oh, that's crazy, Tater Tot. That's awesome. That's awesome. You gotta help her celebrate if you haven't already. That's super special, man. The car stink? Oh, it was bad. Oh, the car was reeking, dude. Oh, it was bad, man. Cigarette smoke flavored DoorDash is my best. All right, dress up in my new gear. Yo, what's up, Silvers? How you been, man? I see you streaming every once in a while. I try to lurk on you when I can. Oh, dang, it's a book bag item. Oh, I thought the sword was going to be a handheld item. I thought they just gave me like a kokery sword to run around with. It's a book bag item. Dang it. That would have been sick.
Come here.
No, I've never been there, Monka. Oh, by the way, thanks for the first time Prime, dude. Massive. Massive. First time Prime coming in. Thank you again, Space Bruja, dude. Thank you, man. To answer your question, no, I've never been to Disney World. I've never been farther south than Virginia and the nation's capital. Right? Is South Carolina further down than that? I went to South Carolina when I was like a kid, but I've never really been further south than the nation's capital. Oh, I need to talk to Eeyore. Couldn't figure out what I was doing. I was lost for a second.
Must be something wrong.
North Carolina. I went to North Carolina. Excuse me, brain. I went and visited North Carolina when I was really young. My auntie took me there. I don't know where we were, but it was very redneck country. And then I went to the nation's capital. It's the farthest south I've ever been, I'm pretty sure. You went to PD Pablo, North Carolina. Come on and raise up. Take your shirt off, spin him around your head like a helicopter. Yeah, I know about that guy. How do I look? Just like the hero from Christopher Robin's story. So you still want to go looking for the big red monster? Yes, do you? I don't know. I'm not much for adventures. But Melancholy Donkey Eeyore, we must go out and meet it. Might actually be lonely and scared. You're right. Probably happens to monsters too. Guess I'll show you where the big red monster is. Thanks, Eeyore. Being scared and going ahead is really brave, you know? Suppose it is. Not sure that's a good thing.
Goodbye.
True. Bravery is not always synonymous with survival. Oh, Tam Perp. Yeah, it's probably super tough. I smoked for a single year of my life, actually. I ended up picking up cigarettes because of kitchens, because I was sick of all the cooks taking breaks for free while I was stuck working on the hotline. So one day I just went outside and I was like, yo, give me a smoke. And then I smoked for a year. And then I just quit randomly.
reminds me of home, too.
Food service sucks. Yeah.
Did you mean to talk?
Can't go any further. Too much fog. Come on, melancholy donkey Eeyore. Be brave.
Oh dear.
I'm sorry, Rob Boss. Even with a fancy title, I'm just me. Guess this adventure is just too scary for me. Don't worry, Eeyore. You can choose when to stop playing anytime. Thanks for understanding. You can stay here while I take a closer look at the fog.
Probably time for you to go.
Cooks. SIGs are mandatory for line cooks. True. Oh, we're not doing that yet. The fog dust reminded you of something. Talk to Eeyore. Okay.
What's on your mind?
I stumbled across a video of a guy who does line cooking and it stressed me out just watching, and I thought of you. So amazing to see you grow. Oh, thanks. Yeah, we've been doing this for 7 years, if you can believe it. Yo, what's up, Miss Patch, you legend? What up, you legend, dude? Good to see you, Patch. What up, Kate Zilla? Johnny Walker? Yeah, sorry, NC, not SC. It's already 100 out, but I've got my old matrix and box spring moved. Time for some good cleaning. Dude, nice.
Yeah, I'm used to it.
You gotta take advantage of these super hot days early in the morning before it gets too hot, you know? Exactly, but I remember that the potion I'm supposed to use here is different
No
somehow.
matter.
I think you called it a fog busting something or other. You made it out of stuff you found in the Gloom Meadow. At least that's what I remember. That's it. I'm sure I could cook a fog busting potion.
Oh, nice day we're having, isn't it?
Maybe I'll see you again.
AC is consuming my life again. My little niece started playing and she's hyper fixated on that museum. Dude, Animal Crossing is... that's beautiful. You just made me so happy telling me that. I do apologize that I vanish from time to time. Oh, I don't ever take it personal. Your viewing habits is your business and your business alone. And that's not a negative thing. Don't ever forget that. No matter how much time you put between yourself and this community, we're going to welcome you back with open arms. You should never feel guilty or obligated to tune into a stream. And if you feel that way, you should know that most streamers don't want you to feel that way. Nobody is out here, you know, wishing ill will on their viewers, you know. We don't want you. I want you to feel free, and I want you to feel comfortable tuning in whenever you want. I want you to tune in when you're excited to be here, and I want you to do other things when you're not, right? Like that's how you create the best content. That's how you have the best experience. I'm just here to make your day better than when you found it, all right? So don't ever worry about that stuff. We're just chilling, man. I'm not worried at all. I do think about community members every once in a while. You know, like every once in a while somebody won't be around, and I will think to myself like, oh, how that person doing? Oh, I miss that person. But it's always like a good miss, right? It's always like I hope that person's doing well, or I hope the fact that I haven't seen them is good, like, because you're out there doing your thing, adventuring and living your life, right? Like, that's a good thing. When I find out that somebody's taking a break off of Twitch, or they're too busy doing their own streams to visit, or they got a new job and they haven't been, you know, able to watch in the time slot, that's all like really positive things. Like, good for you, dude. You know, like, good for you, man. Like, I'm glad you got out. Breaking out of the grid, you know. She's 7 now and her playing habits make me laugh. She shoved her Switch at me to pet my dogs, and she was like, make me fish bait, like as much as you can. The fish bait problem. Glad I'm not the only one. Dear Diary, LPK hasn't been around in a while. Thank the Lord. XOXOX Hylian. Little hug, big kiss, little kiss. No, no, no. Get out of here. Not even close. Always hoping Sunshine Avenue's thriving and loving life. Yeah, me too. Oh, Soda Vigilante, dude. Welcome to the show, man. I just disappear for months at a time. Yeah, man, it's okay. You know, the reason I can really come to terms with that stuff even easier than maybe another person is because I'm that way. I'm very much that way with online relationships and stuff. Like I'm very selfish with my time, and sometimes I just fall off a cliff and I reach out to somebody months later and I just hope they understand, you know. Same thing with streams. I'm right there. I'm right there with y'all. Chill maxing. Chill chatted with Spartan. Spartan's a legend, dude. Oh, this is the cat synth. Meow, 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 meow. Prince Pooh. That's a great title.
That's good.
Least I could do. Did you make what you need to get rid of the fog? Yes, I have the fog busting potion right here. Meow, 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 meow. Midna's new hit single. How's Midna? She's great. Support your teachers. They also watch streams. They also want to watch streams. Aw. I once graduated college. Online stuff became way less important to me. I forgot it exists sometime. Good for you. Love your strainer hat. Thank you, Dark. You like this? It might be my new favorite hat. Just call me Johnny Appleseed. Woo-hee! It's the new trend for sure. Boom, new zone.
Looks like a beach day to me.
All right. Well, not a new zone, a new section of the zone we're already in. All right, let me, can I craft another bee box now that I have 30 honey? I swear somebody said you could. But maybe I don't have the recipe yet. What's up, Musk? This game is niche but popular. It's like niche, but it's popular. Okay, you can't craft them until you get all the ones you can find. So we still need to unlock the other two zones then. Okay, good. Yeah, it's like a cult following. This game is pretty popular, but it's pretty cult at this point. For sure. So it's basically like an Animal Crossing, but instead there's the Disney universes. It's like Smash Brothers, but for like Disney universes. All right, so conceptually, this game is...
What up, party peoples? HD.
Yo, what up, Quacka Stacka? Dude, how you been, man? Good to see you, Quacka. Welcome back. Yeah, this game is essentially a crossover for all of the different Disney and Pixar universes. And it's kind of got like Animal Crossing style gameplay. Yeah, it's like it's interesting. Have a great stream. Yeah, thanks. My love for Zelda couldn't resist. Yo, what's up, Prinnin? Good to see you today. Thanks for popping in, man. Boom, boom. Sub Nurse Jade. Oh, I had another DM to check as well. Hold on a second. All right, we can do this. All right, if you're still here, Blood Raven, let me know and we can do this. And let's see, you're counterintuitive. I left you a DM on Discord, shed some light on it. I'm in a better headspace now. I'm not gonna say good headspace, but I'm constantly trending towards upward. Good for you, man. Every little step forward matters. Take everything a day at a time. Be kind to yourself, be honest, be gentle. But my favorite quote is, the most fundamental harm one could do to oneself is to not be honest and not but also to not be gentle with yourself. You know, it's important to be honest and be real with yourself and tell yourself how it is. You know, okay, I'm going through this hard time, this is tough for me, but be gentle. Don't sit there and sulk and talk down on yourself. You know, it doesn't ever do anything. Nothing good comes of that, unfortunately. It's so easy to sulk, but it just doesn't really help. What are those blue light gaming glasses? I don't even know. These glasses were originally just purchased as sunglasses that I just enjoy wearing sometimes because I like them. But like, I don't know if these actually block blue light or anything. I bought them at like an Urban Outfitters, I think. So I don't know. I think they were from an Urban Outfitters. I actually don't know if these are useful for gaming at all. I will say that they do kind of like dim the light a little bit that's like constantly in my face. I think that's why I kind of enjoy wearing them streaming. But otherwise, I just like the way they look. I'm just a goofball. And they're not like traditional shades where they're not like, it's not as goofy as seeing a guy like, if you all tuned into my stream and this is what I was doing, it would be a little bit different, right? Because if you tuned in and I was doing this, then it would be like, okay, why is this guy wearing sunglasses in the house? Unless I was doing some kind of smooth, jazzy approach to my stream, because I have met a streamer who does this like super sick, like, hey everybody, and he's always wearing shades. I'm convinced he's always just stoned and he doesn't want people to know. I swear this dude is just always lit and he doesn't want his audience to know. So he just sits around with shades on and he's like, hey everybody. But anyways, so so those are goofy. But once I discovered these, I don't know, like I feel comfortable actually wearing them while I'm live because it doesn't feel as goofy. It's like, all right, you know, whatever. You look snazzy, thanks. Are you gonna check out the Pal World launch? I think I will, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and reinstall Pal World and I might check it out. I don't know if I'll check it out on stream, but I think I will check it out. Yes. Tried to make Pooh's birthday cake, so I went to the Dreamlight app and it wasn't there, so I tried making a regular birthday cake and I used honey and it made a glazed donut. I asked Discord, got golden honey, any sweets, any dairy, any fruit, Yo, what's up, Steph? That's so interesting. What the heck? You made a glazed donut on accident? I think the blue light glasses were a gimmick, but the more I stare at screens, the more it makes me wonder if there's actually a benefit. Yeah, unfortunately, I might not be the person to ask. I think these glasses might just be regular sunglasses. I don't know if they help with blue light. Thank you, 8-Bit Misfit, for 11 months. Thank you so much. But that's what I'm going to tell people. From here on out, when people are like, why are you wearing sunglasses, Hylian? I'm just going to tell them that it blocks blue light. Why not, right? I'll just lie. yeah, you know, blue light or whatever. I'm going to update my Pal World server tomorrow if you want to join. Can you send me a DM? I might join you. Yeah, sure. Send me a DM about the Pal World server and we'll catch up and I'll join you. Why not? Yeah, sure. I don't know how much I'll play. You know, to be clear, I'm not sure, but I'll join. So Pal World is going to 1.0, everybody. Pal World is going officially 1.0. And Pal World is going officially 1.0. Which means it is a fully released game finally. And they even announced that they're not going to be raising the price, which apparently they were going to do. So it's going to stay as a $30 game for the rest of its existence. And it's going to 1.0. And the 1.0 update isn't just, it's coming with content. Like the 1.0 update's getting like a story revamp. Right? Can anybody confirm? It's getting like a story revamp, and like they're like taking the game even a little bit more seriously or something like that. Yeah, Pal World wasn't a fully released game. Yeah, welcome to 2026, where games can collect money from you and become popular and become like legendary games, and they're not even fully released. Looking at you, Fortnite. Is Fortnite even a 1.0 game yet? Fortnite was in beta throughout its whole hype success. I swear to you, like Fortnite's biggest success, you know, Ninja, you know, 5 years ago, Ninja Fortnite stuff, right? Like 4 or 5 years ago, that all happened. Fortnite wasn't even a fully released game. That game, it wasn't even that game was in beta still. I swear to you. I swear this is true. I swear this is true. I don't even know when Fortnite came out in 1.0, but I swear Fortnite was not fully released for like the longest time. I swear, dude. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about Fortnite. Okay, 1.0 was 2019, 2020. Okay, so I'm like a little wrong, but right around that era is when it blew up, right? Like 2018, it kind of blew up. The Ninja stuff was closer to 2020, though, to be fair. But yeah, like, it's crazy, dude. It's 2026, man. 1.0. All of my 200 large chests are done uncrafting after buying every floating island. I have 986k Dreamlight left over. Oh my lord. You switched to Aladdin chest? We played Sticks at the bridge. Eeyore Stick won. He said, oh, like it wasn't important, but I think it was. Oh, also, wait, y'all said something about the title screen. Let's go take a look real quick. Yeah, Pal World 1.0. Full release. Seven Days to Die, 11 years early access. Somebody said there's a shadowy figure in the title screen. Do y'all see it? Where's the shadowy figure? It's Beast. Somebody said that there's a shadowy figure in the title screen. That's Beast, that's Mickey. And we were talking about how it might be the new the Realm Weaver or whatever. at the bottom. All this junk in the way, I can't see through these images. Yeah, I guess it's just Beast and stuff. Yeah. I had to look closer. Yeah, maybe it's just it was just Beast. Okay, it's just Beast. Okay, I was just curious. I was curious if they were teasing the Realm Weaver or not. Yeah, I just wanted to check. Valheim is getting 1.0 this fall. Yeah, Valheim is just getting 1.0 as well. Yeah. It's crazy. I think that there are some situations where it doesn't matter, though. Listen, you can call your game whatever you want to call it. If it's a full product, it's a full product. If it's not, it's not. The same way that Cyberpunk can be a fully released game when it's actually obviously not, and it was an absolute cesspool that they had to fix over a year. The same way that Fortnite can be an unfinished game that is still providing finished levels of content. I don't care what you call your game. You can call it version 18,000 squared. You can call it version my ass. You can call it version 0.764, 42069. I don't care. If the game is done, it's done. If it's not, it's not. Like, the point is like Hades 2 released in early access, and you could have sold Hades 2 as a full game. You could have. 3 weapons, couple unfinished systems. Could have totally sold that game for $20. Right? Like, if you wanted to, like, you really could. So, like, I think sometimes early access doesn't matter as long as the gameplay is there. Like, Pal World has been a pretty finished game since its release, right? Besides for bugs, you could have sold Pal World for $30, fixed the bugs, never added content, and it could have been a game, right? Like, it would have been a game. Like, cleaned up the bugs. You never needed to add a single mon or anything, and it could have been a game. So, like, I don't know. I think it's okay if a company wants to sit in early access for as long as they want. What I care more about is the content. Is the game finished? Is the game giving me the content that I'm looking for, you know? So I think at that point, otherwise it's all semantics. Isn't that the term, right? It's all just politics. It's all just words. It doesn't matter to me, you know? Satisfactory was in early access for like 5 years, but it was still really playable. Yeah, you know, it's like, so really, when I think the early access conversation, I think it's okay because we got to pick our battles. And I think that if we're going to criticize early access, we should be criticizing the obvious, terrible cash grabs that happen. We shouldn't be criticizing a company that's like using early access for whatever they're like, for whatever reason, right? Like, for whatever reason that they feel the need to be in early access for 7 years or whatever, as long as the game is playable and that they're not like selling a terrible product to people for 10 years, like whatever. Like, let them do whatever they want. What's up, Al Rob? Yeah, exactly. Counterintuitive, right? But the game like Power World, the full release basically just becomes an update. Yep. And that's what it is. It's just another update where they're just saying the words 1.0, you know? Right. So I don't think it's a big deal. I think there are some cases, though, that we should be putting our foot down. Where I think a big one is... Where am I going with this? What's the name of that game, chat? The extraction shooter that has the option to spend $500 on like a DLC pack or something. I think like that's where we put our foot down as gamers. I think like there's no reason at all why you should have an early access game where you have the option for someone to spend $300 for like skins. $500 for like skin. Like that's where I think we should be like, okay, stop. This game isn't even fully released. How dare you ask for that? Right? It's like a real popular extraction shooter. It's actually the first ever extraction shooter that like got popular. And yeah, they did that. There was like a $500 option on their shop for you to like buy and support. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, that's not cool. Like, your game's not even officially out yet. Nobody even knows if the game's gonna cross the finish line. Yeah, no, it wasn't Arc Raiders. It was the one that came before that. Like the very first extraction shooter. Yeah, Star Citizen type stuff, right? It was the one that came before that. It was like the first and most popular extraction shooter. And it was Escape from Tarkov. Yeah, like look it up. Escape from Tarkov controversy. Yeah, they were, here it is. Listen, this is the AI. I usually skip the AI. I'm just gonna read the AI real quick. Oh, never mind. I got the article right here. So Escape from Tarkov fans are outraged at a new $250 pay-to-win edition. So there was literally a $250 like option for you to buy, and the game is, I don't even think the game's out. I don't even think the game's out like right now. Like I don't even think the game is a fully released product still to this day. Like right now, it is still an unreleased and unfinished game. But you're gonna ask people for $250? Like that's where we're being taken advantage of with early access. That's where we're being taken advantage of. That's where you are doing too much. You don't do that. Finish your game before you ask for more money. You already were charging. I know it gets updates regularly. Yeah, it's like the game cost $49.99. You already got my money. Stop asking for more. Finish your game first. Now, the game might be finished now. I'm not sure. I can't tell. But this 2 years ago, it wasn't. It was they were like digging into people's wallets for an unfinished game. Like it's so obnoxious. Yeah, it came out of early access a couple months ago, and that's mostly because Steam is forcing them to do it. Because if you guys didn't know, Steam started putting their foot down, and now if your game's in early access, you have to release it at a certain point, or like Steam comes down on you. Like now Steam is like protecting the consumers. So if you put your game in early access, you have to hit certain milestones. Like you have to hit certain levels of release. If you don't, your game gets punished. So like Steam is at least like doing something about this problem. Good for them. Yeah, like they're trying. Steam has their problems, but they also are one of the most consumer friendly companies despite their problems. Thank you for the tier 2 for 86. We got the Shrubington, Miss Shrubington in the chat. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well today. Oh dear, Eeyore was right. There's a big red monster, and it's awfully big and terribly red, so it must be a monster. Whatever it is, we need to face it. It's very brave of you to say, Rob Boss. It doesn't seem to be moving at all. I should go and investigate. Oh, do be careful. All right, can I pick up these stumps finally? Yeah. Winnie the Pooh looking like a cutie patootie. I know, right? What's up, Figs and Roses? Hey. Yeah, goofy stuff like that. That's what I just wanted to bring up that example because I was trying to give you guys an example of what I mean by pick our battles. Like, it's not really a problem that Pal World is just coming out of early access now. Good for them. You know, where it's a problem is a company like Tarkov, who was truly trying to take advantage. I think that's where you put your foot down. I think you pick your battles in early access. As you all know how my stance on early access, while I'm going to try to avoid it because I just don't like it, I'm going to support it where it matters because, you know, the last thing I want to do is do a disservice to a small indie company who truly needs early access to survive. Like, I'm going to try to take care of them. I'm going to try to make sure they're okay, you know? Open your inventory pouch. Okay. Oh, it's the big red outfit. Is it a big pair of pajamas? It is. So is this monster a reference to something, chat? Or is it just a random outfit? Is there a poo flap? Doesn't look like it. Looks like there's just a poo holster, the tail. How you doing, Singing Tink? Hey. I would wear that in real life. Yeah, how you doing, Tink? Thank you, Shroob. As always, it's good to hear from you. It's good to see that you're doing okay. I hope you're doing okay. I'm migraine-y? Oof. Feel better soon. My chat broke. I had to refresh. So did mine. So did mine. I had to refresh real quick. I'm good now. Welcome back, Lily.
I'd like to help.
Hey there, Eeyore. Grr, look at me. I'm a big red monster. I knew it. I think I'll go somewhere that's not here. Don't worry. They're really just pajamas. They only looked like a monster because they were stuck in a tree. I guess I was fooled. No mean monsters here. That's a relief. Sorry I made a fuss. Don't worry. Better safe than sorry. True. Could have been a real scary monster. We had an adventure, and that's what's important. Thanks for including me. Aw, you are so
Pretty good.
sad, but cute. Aw, thank you, Counterintuitive. That's actually a really nice thing for you to say. It's like the opposite of someone being like, I hate this game, so I'll leave. See you later. Every once in a while, you get somebody like that, which I don't really care. I don't take it personal at all, because, like, who cares? But it's like the opposite. Like, thanks for saying that. Like, the opposite of that is like, hey, I actually don't like this game at all, but I'm here to hang out with you. Like, oh, thank you, dude. That's really kind of you to say that. That was very nice of you, man. Thank you so much.
Must be something wrong.
I'm going to say that at work. I think I'll go somewhere that's not here. Oh, wait, did I see Bloodraven in the chat? Okay, they might have stepped. Oh, here they are. Here's Bloodraven. Bloodraven, do you still want to do that? I just got your DM. Do you still want to do this? Is this something that you actually want to do? Yo, lay down. Feel better soon, Singing Tink. All right, no rush. All right, so this one is an interesting one. 1 second. All right, so Bloodraven wants to do a giveaway for Honeyglow Woods for all of you, and it's going to be PayPal based. So perk up your ears if you're interested. So because they're in Canada, they realize that they have to do this via PayPal because keys and stuff don't always translate to whatever platform you're like playing the game on. All right. So we are going to put some extra stipulations on this because unfortunately PayPal giveaways get botted and scammed all the time and stuff on like social medias. So like that's not going to happen here because this is all happening suddenly. But the point is that PayPal giveaways do need to be handled with more tact. And there is going to be a little bit of a restriction on who we allow to win this. And it's going to be based off your tenure in the community. We're not going to ask for too much from you. But if you are just here for the first time today, we might not let you win this. No hard feelings. That's just how sometimes this needs to be handled. So if you would like a chance to win a copy of Honeyglow Woods for Disney Dreamlight Valley, and you have a PayPal, that's the key here, that you'd be willing to share with the member of our community, Bloodraven, then type !raffle in the chat. All right. type exclamation point raffle in the chat. Don't overthink the restrictions. Just join if you're interested, and I'll decide when you win if everything is legit. All right, don't overthink it too much. Just join if you're interested, and if a complete stranger wins, then I'll probably say sorry, I'll pick someone else. If it's somebody that's been around for a long time, like, you know, you guys know who you are, right? So just join in. Just join in. Don't overthink it too much. It looks like we're giving a copy of Honeyglow Woods away. And you're going to need a PayPal account to accept the winnings. All right, exclamation point raffle in the chat. You'll need to have a PayPal account to accept the winnings. A copy of Honeyglow Woods, all right? So it'll be like roughly 20 bucks is what we're talking about here, because Honeyglow Woods is about $20. All right, so anybody can join, exclamation point raffle. Blood Raven, this is what they said. I'm going to read your message out loud briefly. They said, hey, your community has helped me a lot, and I want to give back to the community. And I thought that a copy of Honeyglow Woods would be the best way to do that. I live in Canada, and it would have to be PayPal. And if it's allowed, can we do this and make sure that it goes to someone who's here regularly? And yeah, we totally can. We'll totally take the time to bless the community in such a kind way. The least I could do is be your vessel for your kindness. I think the least I could do here is be your vessel for kindness. I know in the past I've raised a little bit of a stink about people trying to do this stuff. Giveaways can be a little messy sometimes, but I've meditated a lot on it. And just for the record, like, this is not a problem. This should never have been a problem. And the only reason I ever rose a stink in the past was because I feel partially obligated to ensure that this giveaway happens. So in the past, I didn't like that feeling because it felt like it was something that was out of my hands, but that I felt like I needed to be a part of. And I would kind of look at these types of giveaways and say, I'm not really into this. I'd rather do this myself. That being said, I've learned over these years that being the vessel for someone's kindness is so special. And why would I ever limit you trying to do something wonderful for this community? So I just want to talk about that briefly and just be clear that, you know, if there was any hesitation there to reach out to me, that's why. Because in the past, I have made it clear that these types of giveaways need to be handled in a certain way. But it's my year of letting go, and the way that I used to do stuff is not the way we're doing stuff now. We're mixing it up. All right, so exclamation point raffle for your chance to win a copy of Honeyglow Woods. First, all right, Honeyglow Woods, and it's going to be a PayPal giveaway. So you have a chance to win 20 bucks PayPal to put towards Honeyglow Woods. The truth is that you could technically put it towards anything, but you know, we would like you to put it towards Honeyglow Woods, but yeah, that's not our business. So just join a wonderful giveaway. If you have PayPal, join a wonderful giveaway. Exclamation point raffle. All right, we'll pick the winner as soon as I get back from tinkling. Let's mix up this album real quick first. Let me go tinkle, and then we'll pick the winner. I'll be right back. You know what that makes me think of? It makes me think of, there's an old Reddit thread. There's an old Reddit thread where you could buy somebody a pizza randomly. And people would come to the Reddit thread and they would pitch their case. And they would be like, hey, I'm struggling. I'm going through it right now. I'm broke and I haven't eaten in 3 days. Could someone send me a pizza? And this still exists. This is still a thing on the internet. And isn't that so beautiful? And while you have to have a certain amount of tenure on Reddit, you can't just show up with a new account and ask. You do have to kind of show that you're a human being truly going through a hard time. I always thought it was one of the most beautiful spaces on the internet to see people open their hearts up and be like, look, man, I don't know what else to do. This is way before the era of Vimo, right? Venmo me some cash. Like, it was way before all of that I stumbled across this, you know? And at that point, it was basically like PayPal was like the only way you would do this otherwise. And you would go to this website and you would pitch your case. And I bring this up because, you know, like, that's like the equivalent of like buying the person's meal in front of you and starting like a train of that. You know, I'm sure you guys have heard of that, or buying someone's coffee and then the next person buys the next coffee. And it's just like, kindness is just so interesting. And you see people opening themselves up and truly being like, look, I'm struggling, you know, and somebody buys them a pizza. Like, it's just such a cool interaction, man. It's super special. This fit is a quest item. Yes, L Rob. Yeah, I just got it. What's up, Nurse Jade? Hey. What's up, Tag Aurora? Good to see you today, Tag. Good morning. Hope you're doing okay over there. Good to see you. What's up, Emily Louise? Dude, the fast travel menu is so good now. That's what we say in Puerto Rico. How's it going? It's going well today, Nurse Jade. Thank you. Oh, Johnny Walker. Don't you worry about that for now. Take things one day at a time. No, can we get some love in the chat for Johnny Walker over on YouTube? They said, I don't have PayPal, but I'd love to do something like this one day soon. I was recently diagnosed with cancer again, and this community and your streams have been such a bright spot. I'd love to give back. Man, just being here and tuning in and sharing your story with us, that's enough. Don't forget that. That's enough. That's enough. What's up, Turkey is best, by the way. Yeah, this outfit is from a quest. Yeah, I just got it. Appreciate you taking care of the gloom metal, Rob Boss. You're welcome, Eeyore. I feel better sleeping outside now that I know there's no big red monster. Why are you sleeping outside? Wait, is that pile of sticks in the gloom metal your house? It was. Fell down a long time ago when those chunks of resin showed up. Why didn't you ask me to help sooner? Didn't want to bother you. Well, I'm going to help you now. Nothing will stop me from building you a new house. Before I can build anything, I'll have to upgrade my royal pickaxe to get rid of the resin debris. Ooh, nice. All right, let's do that. Yeah, take it easy, Johnny, man. Steph, dude, I've been in some pretty tough times as well, homie. Yeah, take it easy. Sounds like you're doing better now, and that makes me super happy. Anybody know if there's other onesies in the game? Yeah, I think so. Let me go take a look at my outfits. I need a new way to say hello in chat. Yo, what's up, Cinderella? I'm sure you'll come up with something. You're a very creative person. All right, let me go check my other... I think I have another onesie or two. Yeah, look, I got the Oogie Boogie onesie. What you know about that? That's the best onesie in the game. I also got the Lost Boy Skunk onesie. And then just like some superhero costumes, but like those don't count. So it looks like I got 3 onesies. And I'm a pretty casual player. I bet you there's more. Bet you there's more out there. Going full Oogie Boogie on him. Going full Oogie Boogie on him, dude. You have the red panda. That diaper booty, that big old diaper booty. We diping. All right, let's go ahead and pick our winner. Let's go ahead and pick our winner, dude. Let's go ahead and pick up a winner, man. All right, here we go. Blood Raven. Maharit, beautiful winner. Done. Maharit, congratulations. All right, so Blood Raven, you're going to be reaching out to Maharit. Maharit, if you could speak up in the chat, you're going to be reaching out to Blood Raven. You guys can either communicate on Twitch or Discord. Your choice. You guys need to connect. Congratulations. Everything else will be handled. Feel free to let me know once everything's done, just so I know that everything is good. And love in the chat. Thank you so much, Blood Raven, for reaching out and for wanting to bless the community. That was very kind of you. Thank you. That was very kind of you. Now, if only we could get Game Loft to start giving us some game keys to give away as well. Like, what's up? What's up, Game Loft? You out there watching? Give us some keys. We're trying to do some giveaways up in this piece. Let's go. You want to hear something funny? Yesterday, I couldn't think of the name of the attraction House of Horrors, so I called it the Spook House. This is, I think, a good example of me Englishifying Dutch words, because the Dutch word is spookhouse, like spook house, where spook is ghost and house is house, right? Like, I don't know how to say H-U-I-S, but I've seen that word before. That's funny. If I get my job, I'll hook you up. Oh, don't worry. Thank you. Oh, I forgot. You might be getting a job with Gameloft. Yeah. Put a good word in for me. Yeah, if you get hooked up at Gameloft. Yeah. Hook me up. I forgot about that. Yeah.
This rain won't stop my fun.
What's on your mind?
I'm ready to start. Any suggestions? What do you mean? I can build your house any way you want, Eeyore. How big would you like it? What should it look like? I just want my old house back. That's what you want, Eeyore. I'll rebuild your old house. Just you wait.
Maybe I'll see you again.
For now I'm gonna forever call it the Spook House. I like that. Nah, for real? Yeah, I was just about to say the same comment. Nah, for real. I'm rooting for you to get the job regardless of my own personal interest. And I hope everything works out for you. Yeah, don't worry about me too much. Don't worry about me too much. We'll be okay over here. Thank you, though. That's very kind of you to say that. Oh, Eeyore's little house. This looks like the only house I could build. This is the problem with the grid going down. If the grid goes down, this is about the most protection you're gonna get. I'm gonna send this clip to my girl and be like, hey, just letting you know that you gotta fend for yourself, because if the grid goes down, this is about the most you're gonna get out of me for survival skills. You better hope you can figure it out, because this is about the best you're gonna get from me, some sticks. Yeah, Prin, thank you so much for popping back in. Sorry the app crashed. We try to do giveaways all the time here for like little game keys and stuff. I actually have a bunch of game keys I could give away. They're not DDV, but they're all for Steam. Do you guys want me to go check real quick? I think I already paid for July's games from Humble Bundle. I think I already paid for July's games, and I just haven't taken them from the website yet. So !humble. So there's a website called Humble Bundle where you can get like a bunch of deals on games, like really nice stuff. I really encourage y'all to check out this website. I used to be sponsored by them. They've changed their sponsor program. so I don't believe I'm like with them anymore. I say I don't believe because I don't know. I don't think so. I'm not getting paid by them anymore. So what you can do on this website is you can go and find like massive bundles of games. So like, for example, here's the Going Rogue bundle. And the Going Rogue bundle, you can pay as much as you want, and every amount that you pay gives you more games. And if you pay at least $10, you get all these games. So at least $10 will get you Brutal Orchestra, Moros Protocol, Nightmare Reaper, Home Beyond 2, Linked, None Shall Intrude, Rogue Legacy, and Undermine for $10, and it all goes to charity, or a big chunk of it goes to charity. Or you could pay more. You could pay $40 and support the charity more and still get the 9 games. So anyways, Humble Bundle's super cool, and if you're somebody who buys a lot of games, you really should be checking this website out, because like you can get huge bundles of games for dirt cheap. Like I'm talking again $10 for 10 games type vibes. Like here's one with 20XX and Grandma No and Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, and for $13 you get all of these games. Like these are all like $20-$30 games on their own, right? So anyways, I use this website and have for years, and what I do is every month they take $15 from me and they give me 8 games for free. And one of the games is always like big bill stuff. Like one of the games is always like a very popular game. One of the games is always like super nonsense, like kind of junk. And then the rest of them are usually down the middle. Like to give you an example, for June 2026, a copy of Octopath Traveler 2 was given away. For $15, I got 8 games, and it included Octopath Traveler 2, which is a $60 game. So I got my money's worth right there, let alone the other 7 games, right? That are all like pretty decent as well. Citizen Sleeper, Life is Strange. So it's really cool, man. And I pick up these games for $15 every month, and then I give them away to the chat. Rarely do I keep them myself, right? Like I gave away Diablo 4 for May, was on the list. Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance. So I actually might have last month's games as well. Let me check. Wow, I have 2 months worth of games to give away. Wow, yikes. I don't know. Do I want to keep Octopath 2 since I own Octopath 1? Would I maybe want to play 2 as well? I don't know. Maybe that is a rare case where I keep that. I rarely keep these games, but that one's like, I don't know. Maybe I should keep that. All right, and then this month they're giving away Sea of Stars Sunset Edition. Oh, another game that I'm like really interested in. That's crazy. I think we'll give this one away though. And then we have Tunic. Tunic's in here this month. All right, we'll give away a couple games real quick before I go forward. All right, so this is not for DDV. We're gonna have to reset the giveaway machine here. So this is just for a random Steam code. I'm gonna give a random Steam game code away. Anybody can join. Type raffle in the chat for a random Steam game. It could be any game from a list of 16 games. You don't know what you get. You just join, you get a game sent to you. You can do whatever you want with it. It's your choice. You give it to your mama, your auntie, your gaming doggos. How's that, Eeyore? I fixed up your house as good as new. You didn't have to, but you did. Thanks. You're welcome. Is there anything else you need? I can't think of a thing. Maybe you'd like a swimming pool. Nah, most days it takes too long to dry off after a swim. There must be something you want. If there is, I don't know it. I'll go ask Pooh Bear for ideas.
Farewell.
That's so funny. We've all met this person in real life. No, never, just don't even bother. And it's like, no, dude, there's got to be something you want. You're like poking the person with the stick. Like, live. Like, just take something, please. Let me bless you. Proof that sharing the love is contagious. Hey, balloon in the Twitch chat. Good timing.
My chores. Wait, do I have chores here?
Yo, appreciate you, Johnny Walker. What was the link again for the bundle? There it is, Humble Choice. Sorry, there's the link for the Humble Bundle website. Yeah, and then from there, you can navigate the website and poke around. So Twitch now has the option to gift all viewers that are eligible for subs at the same time, but I wish you had the option to do like a certain amount if you don't want to gift everything. What if I could just gift like 10? Yeah, I know, it's goofy. Twitch's system is super goofy. I know that person because I am that person. It's like, let me love you. What's up, Kenzie Chronic? What's up, Kenzie? What's up, Hannah Smart? Yeah. Join the raffle. We'll give away some random games here. Pooh Bear, do you know what Eeyore might want as a gift? I think. Oh, lanterns. Eeyore should like lanterns. Why lanterns? Because then visitors could find their way to Eeyore's house more easily. And though he doesn't always seem to, I know Eeyore likes it when his friends pay friendly visits. I think making it easier for Eeyore to have visitors is a nice idea. Thank you, Rob Boss. Oh, and a dry path might be helpful as well. Craft lanterns and paths for Eeyore so it's easier for friends to visit him. Thanks for the ideas.
Many happy returns of the day.
So apparently there's a new controversy around this game this morning, everybody. And people are upset because it doesn't have the same family share options on Steam. So this DLC, despite it being, I believe, to be probably the best DLC they've put out in some ways, maybe not the one with the most content, but I do think that this is one of the better DLCs. Apparently, people are pissed because of some Steam family share stuff. And they're rightfully mad, by the way. Like, people are rightfully upset about this family share stuff, but they're taking it out and they're down reviewing the game on Steam. So if you go to the Steam comment section, the game is getting review bombed. And sounds like Gameloft is always in some hot water, to be fair. Like, whether it be by their own decision making, like not making the game free to play like they said they would, or by their own, like either by their own hand, they shoot themselves in the foot, or because they do something that is not expected to be like backlash. Like, they've had a couple moments where they've gotten some backlash. I think overall this company has made an effort to get goodwill back from the community. And I think people should remember that. I feel like they've done a pretty good job trying to do the right thing for the community, and they're far from like a terrible game developer. I feel like they're actually putting in the effort to make sure that the gamers who play this game aren't being terribly taken advantage of. Like they added the Dream Snap system, and I've never seen another game out there with microtransactions that has a system like Dream Snaps. If you play this game dedicatedly enough, you in theory never have to spend $1, and you could always use the cash shop to like buy things, because there's systems in this game that truly will give you the currency, like truly give you a lot of currency if you play the game enough. So what they're asking you in return is for your time and attention, right? And I think paying your time and attention is better than paying your money, because that's a choice. You have the choice to do either. So like, I don't know, man, I feel like people are giving the game a little bit of a hard time, and that kind of sucks, because it's like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like they do a pretty good job. Again, they've struggled a little bit, but come on. All right, so any lantern? What am I trying to do here? Oh, I need to get 2 acorn snails. Okay. Well, there's a reason. Well, yeah, but
Always welcome.
a reason that doesn't reflect the actual game, right? Like, that's the problem. So what I really am trying to say is, like, you got to pick your battles. And, like, are you really going to completely, like, down review and down vote a game because of a Steam family share issue that's not even guaranteed, right? Like, not every game is guaranteed to have Steam family share features. That's not how that works. Steam family share is a luxury option that some games use and some games don't. So people are really just mad because something changed. Every other DLC works, but for some reason Honeyglow Woods doesn't. So does that really result in you making a stance and going on Steam and doing all these negative reviews and being, like, nasty about it? Like, I don't know, dude. I don't think I agree with that. You know, like, that's not all the way fair. Like, the game is actually not that bad. Like, the game is doing all these wonderful things for the gamers, and it's not enough. There's always something to talk down on the game. There's always something to give the company negative PR, and it's like, that sucks for Gameloft. You know, like, at this point, if I was Gameloft, I would stick my middle finger up and I would start taking advantage of the gamers. You know, like, all right, well, no matter what we do, it's bad, so we might as well just do all the bad things because it doesn't matter, right? Like, that's what's happening to these companies, right? It's like you're giving them damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, what do you want? Right? Like, that sucks, dude. Like, so, like, at this point, a company that's actually putting effort into making sure the gamers are having a decent experience is now getting review bombed over family share. Like, that's so unfair, dude. I think that's unfair. And I'm not trying to defend Gameloft. I don't care. I just think that's, like, so unfair. That is a bee hedgehog. If this game is family share and you didn't even say this DLC wasn't going to, then that is kind of lame. Right, it's lame, but is it review bomb and make a stand lame? That's what I'm asking, right? Like, I think that people are justified in their feelings. Sure, it's lame. It's lame. It's totally whack. You were family sharing this game, and then now Honeyglow Woods isn't family sharing the same. Lame. But is it so lame that you need to go on social media and, like, ruin the game's reputation over it? Come on. Like, hold on a second. Like, that's and it's not, and, like, people are, like, they're doing it in a way where, like, they're making this like a protest. Like, people are going to the review section and they're like, I'm only here to stand with the family sharers and I'm here to put a foot down. It's like, dude, hold on. Like, you could be fighting for so many other things in the gaming space. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's totally not fair. I think that's not fair to Gameloft. Like, that's not fair, dude. Like, you don't need to go review bomb them. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're just gonna make it worse for everybody. What happens when Gameloft gets review bombed? They stop making sales. When they stop making sales, the companies that publish them and fund them stop giving them money. When the companies that fund them and stop giving them money, well, then the game starts going downhill. And then that's when you start to get real nasty business practices, or the game shuts down entirely. Now, that's justified when a company is doing really terrible things, but that's not justified when the company's just like, it's just family share. Like, what, dude? Like, yeah, people did less when they heard. Yeah. Like, it's just like, pick your battles, man. Like, what is happening? I have a friend that's still protesting the game because they decided not to be free to play. Right, and even that is more of a reason to be pissed off than the Honeyglow Woods problem. And even then, I would give somebody grace and understanding for being mad about that. Like, yeah, sure. Like, because I think that is something that's like, okay, all right, maybe they crossed the line for you. But like, the family share thing is like, come on, dude. That's not, yeah. But that's 2026. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well said. That's something that companies need to consider. Yeah. You gotta fight for more meaningful stuff. Yeah, it's like you're I don't know, I just think it's not healthy for gaming. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that I don't think this is a healthy thing that's happening right now to the company. Yeah, I think it's unhealthy for the game. It's not helping anything. It's mostly just a bunch of people mad about family share, and like, but it's not helping the greater good of the game. All that's happening is there's something changed and people are not happy about things not being the way they want. Like, it's not like this is gonna help the future of the game. If anything, it's gonna be worse. You know, it's not like we're fighting for something that's really meaningful. It's not like it's just all nonsense. Whereas I understand standing up and putting your foot down for something like Sony and physical media, or really egregious microtransactions, or like double dipping, which is what they did with the free-to-play stuff. They double dipped us, right? They double dipped. They were like, it's going to be free to play, so buy the game now if you want. So everyone waited. And then they said, well, actually, it's not going to be free to play. And oh, by the way, we're also going to put a microtransaction shop in the game. You double dipped. We talked about that years ago. You double dipped. Like, I will say that they double dipping was one of the worst things that this company ever did. They double dipped. They went from, okay, we're going to go free to play, so that's why we're doing microtransactions. And then they went, we're not going free to play, but we're going to keep the microtransactions. You double dipped. That's terrible. You don't do that. You either charge for the game at full price, you give me a ticket to enter the playhouse, and then I play. Or you make the playhouse free and you charge me microtransactions. But you don't do both. You're double dipping, and that sucks. You're already charging for DLCs. You're already charging for adventure packs. You do not need that extra. You're double dipping. That's worth being upset about. That's like, okay, what are you doing? Right? And then they made up for the double dipping by adding dream snaps and making it to where you could earn up to 4,000 or 5,000 currency every week. All of a sudden, the double dipping felt a lot better. It was like, okay, well, all right, they're double dipping, but there is a way to earn the currency in game, and a healthy way to earn it, not just a little bit, like a lot. So the double dipping is like not as egregious, and I personally accepted it, right? Is this costume premium? I don't know where Oogie Boogie came from. I'm not even gonna lie, I bought it so long ago. Giving me child tantrum vibes. It is, yeah. That's what I think, Merp. That's what I'm kind of trying to say, yeah. Social media comments are a direct funnel from community managers to developers, so I think that's understandable. Yeah, right. I think social media comments, I think Discord, I think review bombing is more detrimental than people realize. That's where I draw the line. And I think really this conversation is not enough people respect how bad review bombing can be for a company and how terribly it can be for them to recover from a review bomb. Now, this is mostly for indie games who really need exposure on Steam. I'm sure DDV's fine. It's not that big of a deal. But you can't go out there review bombing to get your problem solved, because you're actually really causing a problem. Like, at that point, reviews are useless because people can't go to the reviews to really learn if the game's good or bad, because instead they're just dealing with your tantrum. Number two, so first off, you're devaluing real reviews. Number two, you're making the game go into a detriment where they are losing exposure and sales. And in some cases, that's a good thing. When a game's bad, it should be reviewed bad. But when you're doing it for your own little malicious reasoning, because you're mad that something changed that's not really that relevant to the game itself, that's a problem. Because at this point, again, you're devaluing real reviews, and now you're putting the game into a hole over something that has nothing to do with the game itself. The truth is that family share is a separate problem, and it should be approached separately through social media and through Discord and through everything else. And if they don't reply over a big chunk of time and they never do anything about it, then maybe that's where you go in and you drop a review bomb. Or maybe you go in years later or months later or whatever your cutoff is, and you say, all right, look, I was enjoying this game, and then this happened, and now I think I'm going to give a bad review because it left a bad taste in my mouth. But to jump and review bomb literally 2 days after the DLC comes out, you are doing too much. Like, that is way too, like, calm down. You're devaluing real reviews now. Now I'm going to try to go and see a review for this game, and I'm not going to get real information. I'm going to go and look at these reviews, and it's all going to be a cesspool. And now I can't properly decide if this game is for me. That's bad for us. That's bad for the gamers. Because now reviews are useless. That's the opposite of what you want. I want to be able to look at a game and get a real review. I want to be able to look at Steam reviews and say, okay, is this game for me or not? Not have to sift through 1,000 negative comments over something that you disagree with. Like, that's not what reviews were ever meant to be. Reviews were meant to be a tool for consumers to let other consumers know if a product is worth their time. Not a place for you to leave a negative comment about the fact that you hate a family share. What are you doing? Right? Like, that makes zero sense, right? Better making a TikTok about it? Yeah, something. Anything is better, right? Yo, what up, X Crossing? Neo 3 got hit hard? It did. I saw that. Yeah. I just downloaded Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Yeah, free. It's a free download, which it should be. I think it's bad for companies that get review bombed. Yeah. Did you remember the controversy when Ooblets released? Was the controversy around Ooblets because it was only on Epic Store or something? Was that it? I think so. Was that it? I think so. I think I remember that. Everyone was mad because it was an Epic game. Yeah, it was. So everyone was mad because Ooblets made a deal with Epic because Ooblets could make more money because Epic was offering like a 10/90 split, whereas Steam takes 30% of your sales, but Epic will only take like 15%. So Ooblets made a business decision to work with Epic for the release of their game, and people review bombed it and attacked them for not making the game available on Steam. Really? That's where we're at? So you took this game, this company, this indie developer who made a decision that was best for their business, and you review bombed them because it wasn't on your platform of choice? Like, that was tragic for Ooblets. I wonder if they ever recovered. I wonder if that's why we haven't seen an Ooblets 2. Right? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, you know?
You just don't know when to quit, do you?
True. I don't. Yeah, dream snaps can be tough though. Yeah, there is ways to learn it, but how you doing, Ryan Perpetrator? Yeah, Senpai teaches dream snaps big time. I don't know what SAO is. Sorry, the acronym's whooshing over my head. Sword Art Online? No, I'm not hip. I like know about it, but I'm not hip. I'm not like hip at all. All right, last call for a free Steam game. Exclamation point raffle. Exclamation point raffle. Last call for a free Steam game. We're giving away some Steam games. Did we get new player levels? Not yet. No, they've left us at level 50 for a long time. I wonder why. I wonder if they're ever going to do anything about that. All right. I have to craft 2 acorn lanterns. Hercules is from a realm. Yeah, I've seen the game. I know exactly what you're talking about, X Crossing. Yeah, I saw that game's coming and people are really excited about it. I don't think they wanted to put the 4K work. Yeah, of course, right? That's why the Dream Snap system is really, really good, but it requires dedication if you're going to turn it into a 4K a week grind. But you could just casually do Dream Snaps and get like a couple hundred a week, which is still plenty in like some ways, you know. How would you feel if Nintendo released a single-player 2D Mario with a higher difficulty like Mario World? I just think the newer Super games in Wonder are really easy and simple. So did you by chance get to the final levels of Wonder where they got like super sick nasty? Thank you, Blood Raven. Time traveling is not possible in this game. Yeah, out of curiosity, counterintuitive. So apparently, like the last 5 levels, basically, like the last like, let's say 15 levels of Wonder were like really, really hard, and like some of the hardest Mario content like ever made. Yeah, I played all the way up to the last level. So the only reason I bring that up is I wonder if. So first off, I still do think there's some difficult content out there, but. This doesn't say you're wrong. I just want to make it clear, like, there is still some difficult content out there for Mario fans. It's still there. It's just not, like you said, it's almost not existent. It's only there in the final boss. You know what I mean? It's like the final level. Like, it's not quite the way it used to be. And I agree with you. I think there is a market for more difficult games. Look at Metroid Dread. I would argue Metroid Dread is probably one of the most difficult Metroid games that I've ever seen. I've never played it yet. And Dread had a beautiful audience, and I think they're making a follow-up to it. So I agree with you. I think that Nintendo should totally take the time to do small, low-budget, like pixel versions of their oldest games. Like, why don't we have like a Zelda 2 remake? Why don't we have like a 2D Mario, right? Like you said, that's like a little bit more focused for like the challenge of it, you know? I feel like there's a lot of market for like more smaller projects, like cheaper, smaller projects that they could be squeezing in between the big releases that are like more difficult, more challenging, more, basically what we're trying to say is more old school. That's what we're trying to say here, right? Is that fair to say? It's not even about the challenge. What we're trying to say is games that kind of harken back to that more old school style where the games don't hold your hand as much and they are a little bit grittier and they provide a chance for more of a challenge than maybe the modern stuff. Right. And I feel like there's a market for that, man. I think there's a market for 2D Zelda over the top camera. I think Echoes of Wisdom was way too easy. That's actually Echoes of Wisdom's biggest flaw, was that the whole game was a cakewalk, and then you get to the final boss and you're expected to like play video games. And it's like, why are you doing this, Nintendo? Anybody else have that experience with Echoes? It's like the whole game, you're just like, do. This is a cute little Zelda adventure. Beep, bo, 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 bo. And you're like, you know, it's not really too challenging. You're not really too puzzly. And then you get to the final boss of Echoes and it's like, you're just like, wait a second, I actually have to play the game all of a sudden? Like, why did you do that? Like, yo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, X Crossing. Yo, we're about to give away some games here. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gifted. Welcome in here, Nori Bug. I feel like Echoes of Wisdom went from 0 to 60. Just like, oh, now you need to be really good. Like, I feel like that game seriously, otherwise it was way too easy, right? I want that Link's Awakening vibe. I want to be challenged by a 2D Zelda. Yeah, I don't think Echoes was a bad game. I think it was perfect for introducing people. You're right about that. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you, X Crossing. I appreciate you. And we slice a little something in there for your type of gamer every once in a while. But it's nice to know that the fact that it's not the majority of my show, that I could still have people out here supporting me, and that means the world to me, man. Like, you have no idea how much that message means to me right there in the chat. Like, thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. And just know that as I grow as a creator, I'm gonna more and more and more, I'm going to be evolving my show into more variety and into more opportunities for gamers such as yourself, because I have a decent idea of what you enjoy, could also show up for the games as well. We're going to get there over time. Over time, we're going to get there. You know, it's a slow process, but even just this year, I've realized that I'm no longer just an Animal Crossing streamer. I'm a Nintendo variety creator. And this hit me like a ton of bricks this year. I had to come to terms with, I have evolved to the next level of my show. Now, I am now a Nintendo variety creator who focuses on Nintendo, but is far from just a cozy streamer. You know, like I'm far from just a cozy streamer, and I grow every year. I add more to the mix. Every year we get closer to trying even more out there games. Like I just played my first RPG on the channel. I played Elliot the Millennium Tales, and it was like my first RPG on the channel. And I was so proud because like it was the first time I sat down and played like a story driven game that had a bunch of like grief in it, right? Like the whole game's motif was like grief and like people like letting go, and like the game was heavy, you know, it was heavy. The game was heavy all the time. We were reading these stories about these like very heavy moments, and it was beautiful. It was so fun. And you know, so we're getting there. We're getting there. You like your dark and gritty? Yeah. That's my D2 in my heart. I got some D2 in my heart, man. It's there. Thank you, Nisi Star, for the gifted. Thank you, Ryan Perpetrator, for the gifted as well. I would say like the grittiest game that I play at the moment is Diablo 2. Hades is like not as gritty, not as dark, but it's not as gritty, but it is definitely got a certain tone to it. I'd say that right in this very moment in time, the darkest, grittiest game that I probably play at the moment is Diablo 2. Probably. Trying to think. I'm trying to quickly go through my brain. What else have I played recently? I've been really enjoying like arcadey style games. If y'all haven't checked out Metal Slug Tactics, Metal Slug Tactics is like this beautiful like arcadey style game. And it's really cool. It feels like I'm playing an old school arcade game. It's really cool. Yeah, we did play BioShock in that Variety-a-thon. Yeah, same thing with Elden Ring. One day we'll come back to those games. One day we'll come back. All right. Let's go ahead and give a couple games away. Lords of the Fallen is about to put out a second game. I saw that. Yeah, Lords of the Fallen, Mortal Shell. Did you know that Lies of P's coming to the Switch too? Which is sick. We're finally starting to get some variety over here, man. We're getting Lies of P. We got Elden Ring coming. We're getting Duskbloods, a brand new FromSoft game just for the Switch. So I'm starting to get more options, dude. What's up, Very Kiwa? I have not played the Xenoblade games myself, but I'm hip. I am hip to them. But I haven't played them myself. My buddy used to play. I used to watch them. Thank you for the on-screen celebration. And thank you for the Nisi Star. Thank you, Ryan Perpetrator, for the gifted. And thank you for the 100 biddies as well. Here, let's pick some winners here. We have Whimzu. Hey, Whimzu. Sister Honey. Mike Travis. Monka Man. Nice. That Prime sub's already paying off. You could have won without it, for the record. And Mrs. Petch. All right, if you heard your voice, I'm going to be sending you a DM here on Twitch. If you have your DMs on Twitch off, then I might need to reach out to you on like Discord. So let me know. Yo, homie. All right, so Miss Petch is getting the first game. Miss Petch, we're going to give you a copy of Dice Folk. It looks, wait, no, I'm not. I lied about that one. All right, we're giving you a copy of a game called Citizen Sleeper 2, Steward Vector. It's an indie adventure RPG game. And it's a sequel, so it's got to be decent, right? All right. First game. All right, second game is Monkaman 1. Monkaman. Let's see here. We're going to give you a copy of The Rift Breaker. It's an indie strategy action RPG adventure simulation. That's a mouthful. Normally a $50 game. Freaking horsefly in my office. I hate that so much. Just fly out of here. Enjoy Rift Breaker. All right. We're going to give a copy of the next game here is Mike Travis. All right, Mike Travis, we're hooking you up with yo homie. We're hooking you up with Life is Strange Double Exposure, which is like an action adventure game. I don't know. These games are pretty popular though. All right, Whimzu. Oh wait, no, Sister Honey's next. Sister Honey, we're gonna hook you up with a copy of Sea of Stars, I think. No, Octopath Traveler 2. This is normally a $60 RPG game from the Legends Square Enix themselves. If you don't like the game, remember you could just give it to someone else. So if you're like, dude, I hate this game, can give it to someone else. You know how happy somebody's gonna be if they get a DM from you and they're like, here's a game. They're gonna be so happy. They're gonna be like, dude, thanks, dude. So just look them up, whatever. All right, and then last but not least, Whimzu. We're gonna give you, Whimzu, a copy of a game called Indica. But like, I don't think it has anything to do with marijuana. Check it out. Indica. Here you go, Whimzu. Enjoy your free game. Sea of Stars Octo would be sick. Yeah, I didn't realize I haven't bought the Humble Bundle pack for this month yet. So I don't have Sea of Stars yet. I have to still purchase that, and I'll do that later. So y'all will have to wait on Sea of Stars and Tunic and stuff. But this stuff was from the June pack. This was from the June pack, which is nice. We got a couple goodies from the June pack as well. Yeah, we'll give some more stuff away later this week. Oh, nice, Maharit. Do you enjoy Metrovanias? Yeah, sure. I have a Hollow Knight playthrough on YouTube. I also have a Super Metroid playthrough on YouTube. And I also have Prince of Persia to release, which is also a Metroidvania. The most recent Prince of Persia. That's not released yet. I have Castlevania Symphony of the Night on YouTube as well. Full playthrough. So yeah, there you go. There's a couple examples of some Metroidvanias I have laying around that we've played. And to answer your question, I'm a big Metroidvania fan, actually. I don't play them like every day, all day, but I love sinking my teeth into a Metroidvania. Oh, I need to create 8 more paths. Dude, these driftwood paths are using my honey. Like, that sucks. Stop using my honey for crafting, jerks. All right, 4 more. Oh, take care, X Crossing. It's always nice to see you, man. Thanks for popping in. Seriously, thanks for your kind words and for reminding me that Get out of here, dude. This horsefly is getting close to me, dude. Get away from me, man. Thanks. Thanks for reminding me that I'm more than just the games I play. Freaking horsefly, get out of my life, dude. Where's Midna? I know, man. You better get in here and get to working. Dude, I'm so happy I have a bug-eating cat, though. Because she's my little protector now. She'll eat bugs. Like, there was like a little pill bug on the floor the other day. And I like pointed it out to her, and she gobbled it up so fast she didn't even think about it. She gobbled it up so fast. I was like, yeah, get it. Eat them bugs. I was so happy. Our kitten eats flies. It's gross but convenient. Yeah. Get him. Ew, Midnight. I was so happy. Bug snacks. Yeah, L Rob for sure. Thankfully, I don't have like a bug problem here. That fly, I think, flew in from the hallway. It's like one of those horse flies that are like slow, like, oh my gosh, I just jump scared myself. They're the bug in the game jump scared me. You see that? You guys can clip that one for laughs later. You're welcome. So it's like one of those horse flies that like are moving really slow through the house. I wonder if he's like almost dead or something. Like he might have been trapped in here for a while. But those are the worst. At least if you're gonna be a fly, buzz somewhere. Don't like low buzz through the room like a tank. Like, you know what I mean? Like, go somewhere, dude. All right, I need to put down some paths. Can you put Wind Waker on YouTube? I got some Wind Waker on YouTube, but not a lot, huh? Let me go check. I might not have it on YouTube yet. I can do that soon. I think that's on my list. Let me go check for you. Wind Waker might not have made it yet. Unfortunately. All right, so my most recent playthrough of Wind Waker that we did for the 7... We did like a sneaky little playthrough of Wind Waker 2 months ago. And that is actually on YouTube, I believe. So there is something, but there's not a lot. Yeah, I can work on that for you, Beth Chu. Yeah, there's something, there's just not a lot. I have so many playthroughs of Wind Waker. The fact that there's not a bunch of them makes me mad. Like, you should have so much Wind Waker content. All right, I'll get some Wind Waker stuff released soon. I'd like to see zombies. I just found my zombies content the other day. Wind Waker's, it competes for my favorite Zelda. My favorite Zelda game is a combination of A Link to the Past, Wind Waker, and Tears of the Kingdom nowadays. But it's hard to choose just one. I'd say that Wind Waker is... I'd say that I'm slowly growing out of Wind Waker a little bit. I'd say I'm probably growing out of Wind Waker like a little bit nowadays. It's like I think it's always gonna be in my top lists, my top like 2-3 Zeldas. But I think if I like truly had to sit down and like decide Like, what's my favorite Zelda games? So when I answer these types of questions, sometimes I like to think to myself, what if I only could play one Zelda for the rest of my life, what would it be? I feel like that's like a really fun way to decide. Like, that's like a really fun way to decide, like, is your love for a game enough, right? Like, do you see yourself, if that was the only Zelda game you owned, could you play that game forever? And the more time goes on, the more I feel like I don't know, maybe maybe I would prefer one of the open air Zeldas for the Zelda game that I played for the rest of my life. One that just has buckets of content, you know? Anyways, I'm just rambling. Wind Waker is still definitely in the conversation for my favorite Zelda of all time. I just wonder if it'll stay there forever. I kind of hope it doesn't. I kind of hope Nintendo manages to release another Zelda game that makes me feel like Tears did on release. That feeling of just like, this could be the best Zelda game I've ever played. I hope that we keep getting those types of entries. I wonder, for the Zelda fans in the room, do you think that Ocarina of Time remake could be better than the original? Is that even possible? Would that even be possible? I think it's possible. What, you're making me put more paths down than I need to? What kind of trash is this? I think it's possible. I think that Ocarina remake could be better than the original. It's tough though, right? Because I'm not saying that the original is going to be worse. People always get that confused. It's not going to take the original from ever being the best rated game of all time. That's not what we're saying. It's not going to knock the original down a notch. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that could the remake be better than the original? That doesn't devalue how good the original is. So that's why I feel like this is a tall order. Like, it would be hard. It would be difficult. But like, could they do it? Could they make Ocarina of Time better than the original?
We must always look after one another.
Like, could the remake do it? Like that's crazy. I don't know, man. I feel like that's a tall order. To the new gen, yes, but to the old gen, maybe. Right. That's the question. It's like, I think the old heads are the ones that are dictating this. I think that even though it's important to scoot over and let the new generation share their thoughts and like have their ideas, I'm just gonna say it. I think the old heads are the ones that need to decide this. I think the old heads are the ones that are the ones that I'm waiting to hear from. I want to hear from the old farts, and I want to know what they think. I want to know what the old farts think. You know, I want to know. I want to see the old farts accept the new game, which sounds impossible, but I feel like if people from my generation think that the remake is better than the original, then it is. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Like, if people from my generation, I don't care what the new generation says in this situation, and I don't always feel that way. I'm not trying to be rude. But what I'm trying to say is that I feel like whatever the old heads say goes. If we say that it's better, then it's better. If we say it's worse, then it's worse. Our word is law here. That's my opinion. I think our word is law here. We played the original. We know what we're talking about, and we are the ones that will decide if this is worthy of being put above the original. I don't think the new generation has anything to say about it. Sorry, y'all. You can just enjoy it as a new game. I do believe that they will be adding to it a bit. I think so. I think it's going to be a very new game. I think it's going to be a very new game, but it's going to be very familiar. If Nintendo does it right, I think the perfect form of Ocarina remake is a familiar game with familiar systems, but a completely new experience. I'm not talking a new coat of paint. I'm talking, I want you to take that old mechanical car and I want you to gut the most logical things and replace them with modern technology, but do not gut the core of the car and the mechanics of it. Does this make sense? So you take a mechanical car, you take a modern car. Modern cars are basically big computers. I don't want that. I don't want just a big computer. What I want you to do is take this old car and I want you to go into it and I want you to tweak the parts of it to make it more efficient in 2026, but keep it as a mechanical car. However that you can do that, however that's possible. And that's what I want them to do with Ocarina of Time. I want them to keep its mechanical core. Everything that makes it Ocarina makes it an old school car, but give it a bunch of infusion of modern technology. Make it enjoyable to cruise in. Make it not, make it have all the modern amenities while still keeping it as a mechanical vehicle. And I don't even know if that's possible, but I feel like it should be, right? Like, I don't know if that's possible with a car, and I don't know if that's possible in games. I don't know if games can be done that way. I don't know if we have many examples of a from the ground up remake. I think Mario RPG Superstars or whatever is an example of this. Did anybody play the original and then the remake? And wasn't it like the closest, like really close to the remake, to the original, but like in a lot of ways it was very modernized? I think that maybe that game was like a good example of this. Maybe. It's very, yeah, you know what I mean? But it's like a from the ground up remake, but it's very true to the original. Like that's what we want with Ocarina remake. We want more than just a fresh coat of paint. We want new systems and new ideas. But we don't want you to completely flip the script on us. Like don't just completely flip the script. Honestly, don't know if it could be better. Like what defines better? Yeah, like that's the question, right? So I think what defines better for me is more modern mechanical things. Like, so I'll give you an example. Z targeting. So Z targeting doesn't really need to be improved, but it could be. I think when you go back to Ocarina of Time, Z targeting feels pretty good still. But it's also simultaneously pretty dated. The way that you interact with Ocarina feels pretty dated. And I wonder if there's a way for them to take the concept of Z targeting and make it better. I think they could. I think there's a way to make Z targeting more modern. Take that same Ocarina of Time Z targeting system and clean it up a little bit. Make it a little bit more approachable. Make it a little bit more modern. I think that you could do that while still keeping it Z targeting, still keeping it like a core mechanic. And I think there's little things like that is what I'm looking for them to do. Another example is the camera. We all know this one was coming, right? The camera in that game is brutal. What can they do to improve the camera? How? I don't know what the answer is all the way, but like there's something has to be able to be done with the camera, right? Like they can't keep doing that too. So they have to figure out how to make the game without the camera issues. And maybe Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and modern Zelda games have the answer, and they just need to kind of port that stuff back. I'm not sure. Right? So I feel like basically, here's another way to look at it. Everything that was held back by technological problems. And if you go and talk to the developers of Ocarina of Time, there are certain things that were done a certain way because of technology holdbacks. This is the stuff we want them to improve. Cameras, and whether or not, I'm not sure if you know this, Toad, but Z targeting was not in its purest form. The developers talked about it in an interview where they couldn't get Z targeting to be perfect, and they felt like there was room for improvement. So yeah, from the gamer's standpoint, at the time, Z targeting was amazing, sure. But like, it doesn't mean that it couldn't be better. That's the thing that you're maybe misconstruing here. Nobody's saying that Z targeting wasn't the best it could be at the time. And nobody's saying that Ocarina wasn't one of the best games of all times out of any system out there. But when you go back in time, there were decisions that were made based off of the limitations of the hardware. And that's the stuff that could be improved. So Z targeting is one of those things. Z targeting was not in its final form. Why do I know that? Because of Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, it was better. Would you not agree with that? Twilight Princess Z targeting was better than Ocarina's. It was cleaner. It was more efficient. Wind Waker's Z targeting was better. It was more efficient. So that's what I'm saying. Like, obviously, for the times, it was perfect. But like, Z targeting is a perfect example of a mechanic that could probably be better than it was back in 1996. Look at Eeyore, he's so cute. I know, I agree. Right? Like, and that's the thing you got to look at maybe, right? Like, so I hope that I better explained the word better here. Because I agree with you. It's not really about better. There's some things that don't need to be better. And I agree. Like, I don't think Z targeting needs to be a better system. It's great in Ocarina. But when I think about the things that they're going to change and the way they're going to improve on the original game, and as you said, how could they do that? Like, what could they really do to improve on one of the best games ever made? That's where this conversation comes in. Somebody could argue, how could they improve on an original 90s Corvette or something? Is there a car out there that somebody could argue that couldn't be improved on? Is anybody a car buff? Is there a mechanical car from like the 80s or 90s that you would argue was like the pinnacle of vehicles and like it could never be improved on? I bet you there's cars out there like that are like, you look at them and you go, in a vacuum, this is the best thing we've ever gotten. But you could take that car and you could make it better with modern technology. Easily. Right? Easily. You could easily do it. You could easily take the best car ever made in the 90s and you could make it better with modern technology. We have better welding now. We have better steels and metals. We have better cylinders. We have better tubes for liquids to run through. Everything is better. So you could easily take the concept of the best car ever made in the 90s and make it better in 2026. Is that a fair statement to make? And that's how I feel about Ocarina. The Ocarina of Time, the best game ever made, could be better with modern technology, right? I think so. I think you could take all the concepts and everything that Ocarina did, and you could make it better with modern technology. And this is where this conversation goes, right? So then I go back to my original question. Do you think that they could make Ocarina of Time remake better than the original? Do you think that the end result, the end product that you purchase could be a better experience than the one that you played back in 1997? That includes nostalgia, that includes all the bias of you playing it back then, everything. Do you think they can do it? Do you think that they can beat the nostalgia bias? Do you think that they could beat the OG best era of gaming bias? Do you think that they could overcome all of that stuff and create a game that is objectively better than the original? Do you think that's even possible? I don't know. I don't know. Because, like, that's tough. If we're comparing what OOT was in 98 versus what the remake will be for now, I'd say so. Let's just say we don't know because it's tough. Right. It's like, so maybe there's different ways to think about better. So we're not talking about more approachable, even though that's part of the conversation, I think. We're not just talking about more approachable. We're not talking about, there's another thing I think we're not talking about. Ready? We also are not talking about the impact it had on gaming. So Ocarina of Time had an impact on gaming that has rippled through the industry for decades. I don't think we're going to get that. I think if you're expecting Ocarina of remake to make the same ripples and have the same impact on the industry that it did back in the 90s, you're absolutely out of your mind. That's zero-sum possibility that could ever happen. So that's not a part of the conversation. It's more about them taking the gameplay itself and improving on it. Like, let's think about it in a small, like a vacuum. Let's talk about the Forest Temple. Do we think they could make the Forest Temple better than it was when you experienced it in 1998? The first time you walked into the Forest Temple in 1998, the controller's in your hand, and you hear the music play, and you look around you and you go, holy shit, what am I about to get into? Are you going to be able to match that feeling in 2026? Are you going to be able to have that same feeling wash over the player when they walk into the Forest Temple for the first time? Even, let's say you've never played Ocarina and you pick up the remake. Are you going to be able to capture that same feeling? And then here's the question. Are you going to be able to improve on that feeling? Are you going to be able to somehow make the experience feel even better than it did in 1996? Because in 1996, they didn't have the same technology. They didn't have the same sounds, the same graphics, the same options, the same FPS, the same anything. So in theory, they could take the concept of the Forest Temple and they could make it better. They could make it ooze energy. They could make it aesthetically better. They could make it look better, feel better. The lighting's going to be better. The graphics will be better. The music could be better. The combat, the enemies, everything, right? It could all be better. It could all be improved on. And in theory, you're going to walk in that Forest Temple and it could feel even more amazing than it could have ever felt back in 1990s. And that's what I'm wondering. I'm like, can they even do that? Like, is this even possible? Like, could you capture that again? Could you somehow manage to improve on it? Or is Ocarina of Time a timeless masterpiece that will never, ever be able to be improved on? I'm not sure. Because if you think about it, the definition of a masterpiece is it could never be created again. You see, we use that term masterpiece so loosely. We've never had a game like Castlevania Symphony of the Night ever again. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you have to say about this. There has never been a Metroidvania that has hit like Castlevania has hit. Symphony of the Night. That's a masterpiece game in my opinion. I think there will never be a farming sim like Stardew Valley ever again. I think Stardew Valley is a masterpiece. And I don't care if you wait 20 years, 50 years, or 100 years, you are never, ever, ever going to be able to recapture Stardew Valley ever again. It is a masterpiece. Ocarina of Time. It's considered a masterpiece. Could you ever be able to improve on a masterpiece? Isn't the whole point of a masterpiece something that could never be improved on? And that's why this is such a fun conversation that I could sit here and rant about for hours. Because it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's even possible. Like, the definition of a masterpiece says no, it's not. But it's also been 30 years. So, like, there's got to be something you could do to improve on it. You know, like, so it's like, it boggles my brain. I don't think I'm right. I don't think I'm wrong. Nothing like that. It just boggles my mind because it's like, should I go into Ocarina of Time? It's like, I feel like anybody who's going into Ocarina Remake, you have to go into it with the mindset that, like, it's a remake of a masterpiece. It's a remake of something that was considered the best game ever. It's not the best game ever. Ocarina of Time Remake is not by default going to be the best game ever made. It's a remake of the best game ever made. And there's a huge distinction. You know what I mean? Like, there's a huge distinction. Like, we're not just getting, it's the best game ever made. No, dude, it's a huge distinction between, it's the remake of the best game ever made. And I don't think it's going to be able to hit as hard. I just don't know. I don't know. So then, and then the last thing into the scientist, the scientist in me would love the opportunity to research this. Like, I wish I could take my memory of Ocarina of Time out of my brain and play the remake without any memory and see how it hits and how I feel about it, you know? That would be so cool. So, Kiara, it's like we're using the term loosely, but technically it's the highest rated Metacritic game that we've ever gotten. That's all. So technically, when you hear people say Ocarina is the best game ever made, all we're talking about is technically there's this website called Metacritic, and Ocarina of Time still to this day stands as the highest rated game ever reviewed on Metacritic. So that's why people throw around the term loosely that it's the best game ever made, because technically it's the highest rated game ever created over all of gaming history. But Metacritic isn't everything. So, like, there's plenty of people out there who don't think it's a good game. You know, so, you know, Metacritic's not everything. But that's when you hear that term get tossed around, that phrase, you know, best game ever made, we're mostly talking about the Metacritic review, right? It's like how Breaking Bad, there's like Breaking Bad is like the highest, there's like an episode of Breaking Bad that is the highest rated episode of Breaking Bad ever, and it's considered the best episode of TV ever made. It's like that. It's like, obviously Breaking Bad's not the best show ever made, but according to the reviews and to critics, there's an episode of Breaking Bad that is the highest rated TV show ever made, ever rated in existence. And a lot of people would argue that Breaking Bad's the best TV show ever made. So, like, that's, yeah, it's we're like using it loosely, but lanterns are new, so the paths so are the paths. Suppose there's a reason, just don't know what it could be. There's a gift from Rob Boss. I thought if we put that here, it would be easier for visitors to find their way to you. Well, you're both here. I guess it worked. Thanks, Rob Boss. Thanks, Pooh. You're welcome, Eeyore. I wish there was some way to celebrate this occasion, don't you?
Bye.
Take a picture with Winnie? Okay, cool. Best game ever made is subjective. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's a subjective term that we use loosely because it's the highest rated game. So here's the thing: when you're dealing with subjectivity and when you're dealing with people's like personal taste, you have to try to limit the variables, and the best way to limit the variables is to use something like Metacritic. So like, nobody's saying that Metacritic is 100% right. What we're saying is that it's the only metric that we have that completely removes the bias, or not completely, but does its best to remove the bias out of the market. Right? That's like what we're saying. So Metacritic doesn't mean anything, but what it stands for is the closest metric we have to an unbiased report on a game. That's the closest thing we have. There's nothing closer to Metacritic, and even Metacritic is so far from being unbiased, right? Because it's a bunch of humans reviewing. So that's the thing. Like, Metacritic and like reviews are important because it gives you the closest thing we can usually get to a like unbiased take on something, right? So yeah, like, to be clear, like, we're not saying that Breaking Bad is objectively the best show ever made, you know, but as millennials, we don't just play Ocarina, we experience the jump from 2D and 3D, lock-on targeting, cinematic storytelling, exploring. Hyrule felt revolutionary. We've never seen anything like that. A remake can improve the graphics, controls, and quality of life, but it can never recreate the feeling of discovering those things for the first time. The original wasn't great only because of what it was. It was great because of when it was. Right, so that's why the conversation is so interesting, because when you're trying to hunt down the objective truths in reality, you break away all the variables. So I ask you, break away the time that Ocarina released. Chunk it off, right? Then break away the nostalgic memories of playing Ocarina. Then break away, you know, all of the variables and just present Ocarina of Time as its naked self, and then start the discussion from there. Could they improve on Ocarina of Time? That's why my answer so fast was yes. Because when you take all of the variables and all of the extra stuff out of it, and you just look at the raw game, moment for moment, story note for story note, gameplay loop for gameplay loop, could they make Ocarina of Time better? And I think the answer to that is yes, they could. I think that they could take modern technology and they could make the game way better than it was back in the day. Now, I'm not saying they're ever going to be able to recreate those experiences you just wrote down, right? They're never going to be able to recreate the experience of 2D to 3D, the experience of the game back in the day, the experience you had personally with the game. You can't recreate any of that. But what you can do is you can recreate the mechanics, you can recreate the game itself, and you can improve on all of those things. So now let me ask you my final question. So now let's say that you take Ocarina at its core, its naked core, and you improve everything the game has to offer. Everything, right? The sound, the graphic, everything. And you make it the best, a beautiful game ever. And then you slowly add back all of the other bias. The when, the personal bias, the nostalgia. Once you get back to everything being back on top of it, could it be better than the original's release? And that's like the fun thought experiment here, right? Like, so you have two separate conversations, three actually. You have, could they ever recreate Ocarina again? No. No, they couldn't. Nostalgia is too powerful. No. Then you say, could they recreate Ocarina mechanically and as just a core game? Yes. So you see, in my brain, We have a no and we have a yes. While they can't recreate the experiences and the time frame and the era that it released, you can recreate the game itself and the technology and all of that. So I have one yes and I have one no. And then when you take both of these questions and you smush them together, what do you have? Is the no side going to overtake the yes? And is the nostalgia and the bias of the era and the when and all that stuff going to overtake the other side? Or is the other side going to overtake that? And I feel like the answer is unknown for a reason. Because I feel like in my heart, it could. I feel like this side, the yes side, could overtake the no side. I think it could. I think there's a chance that they create an experience that is so familiar yet so new that we are going to walk away from Ocarina Remake saying that we just played the best Zelda game ever made. I think that there is a timeline where we could be saying that. I'm not saying that it's going to be reviewed higher or anything. I'm just saying that we could walk away. I think there's a chance that we could walk away from Ocarina of Time Remake, and as a Zelda fan, we could be saying this was better than the original. I think we could. Do you guys not agree? I think we could. I think I could. Let me say not we. I think I could. I think that I will have a chance to walk away from Ocarina Remake if it's as good as I think it might be. And I'm going to say to myself, I don't think I ever need to play the original again. I now have the best version of this game. And while I'll still go back and play the original for nostalgia and for randomizers and stuff that you can't do with modern games, that by the end of this journey, I'm going to be saying to myself, I now have the best version of Ocarina in front of me, and I don't need to play the old one, except for nostalgia. And that, to me, is a possibility. And right, Recyclops says, the remake might be the better game, but the original will always be the greater experience. And guess what? I've never once said that the remake is going to replace the experience you had from the original, did I? I never once even alluded to that. I never once alluded to that. This whole conversation has never once been about your experience. It's been about the game. And that's what I'm curious about. Could the game be better than the original? I think it could. I think it could truly, we could come out the other end and we could say to ourselves, this is the best version of Ocarina. Now, again, I can't speak on your own experience. I don't, of course, obviously you're never going to replace your experience from 20 years ago when you were a kid in your living room playing the game with Pa. Like, duh, like I can't replace, nobody can replace that or take that away from you. But I think that if you could potentially walk away from Ocarina Remake saying to yourself, wow, this is a way better game than I remember the original being. And while I'm always going to remember the original and the experience, and it's going to be the best game I ever played, the highest Metacritic rated game ever, this game's better. And I'm really happy we have it now. You know what I mean? Like, another way to think about this is, I wonder how many people are going to be disgruntled by the release of Ocarina Remake. How many people are going to see Ocarina Remake and they're going to cross their arms and they're going to go, I don't want to play that. It's not the same. It looks stupid. I don't want to play that. This game, Ocarina of Time Remake, wasn't good because it wasn't close enough to the original. How many people are going to be saying that versus how many people are going to truly be able to be like, actually, this is better? That's what I'm saying. And I think more people are going to be saying it's better than you might realize. That's what I've been talking about this whole time, is I truly believe that by the end of all of this, there are going to be more old heads like me who are going to look at both games and they're going to say, well, I'm never going to be able to get that experience again. This game over here sure is really good. And we're not going to hear those same complaints on the level that you might expect. You see, I think a lot of people are looking at this and they're expecting a lot of the old heads to say no to this game. They're going to be like, nah, this is not it. I disagree. I truly think that the majority of old heads are going to come out of Ocarina Remake saying this is a better game. With all their experiences intact, they're going to come out saying this is a better game. I feel like that's a timeline that could very well be possible. You know, and I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I'm just being a super, super hopeful person right now. And I could be huffing the copium for weeks. But I feel like that's a possibility here. I think, and it goes back to the full conversation we've had for an hour about, you know, you take an old car and you soup it up with modern amenities and it's a better car. And when you get into that car, it's going to feel better. It's going to drive better. It's going to smell better. It's going to look better. That doesn't mean that your experience 16 years old at Makeout Lake, making out with the girl in the back seat of the car, nobody can take that memory from you. Obviously, your memory with that car is always going to be amazing. You know, like obviously, but that doesn't mean that you can't get into the wheel of that modern version of that car and enjoy it and love it and even think it's better. You see, both things can happen simultaneously, right? You can get into that car and you can be like, wow, I had some great memories at Makeout Lake in the old version of this, and that's a beautiful thing that's going to be with me for the rest of my life. But in all reality, this is way better, right? And that's how I feel Ocarina is going to make me feel. I feel like I'm gonna load up Ocarina Remake, and I'm gonna be like, holy shnikes, this is way better. Even though I'm always gonna feel a certain way when a 64 controller is in my hand, and when I'm playing on original hardware of the original game, like, of course I'm gonna feel, that's gonna always be a more powerful feeling for me. But like, I feel like I'm gonna pick up this controller and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna love it. I think Ocarina Remake is gonna be a better game. And you wanna know, there's something I haven't said during this whole conversation, right? And you wanna know why I feel so strongly about this? Because people don't like to admit it, but Ocarina of Time sucks in 2026. Man, you go back and try to play that game and you're fighting with the camera, you're fighting to even figure out how to play the game. It's janky, it's a jank machine, it's an absolute nightmare to play. And the amount of people that I've tried to introduce Ocarina of Time to, with all the jank and all the nonsense, it sucks. It sucks. So it's like, dude, as much as Ocarina of Time is the best game ever made, it sucks, dude. And like, having a modern version of that game feels like it's going to be the best thing ever. Like, thank goodness. You mean that there's a version of Ocarina I'm going to get to play that isn't on a little handheld 3DS? I'm sure that version was great. We're going to play it eventually. But there's a version of Ocarina that's coming that's going to be on the Switch 2 with modern 4K graphics, and the music and the sound is going to be uncompressed beauty in my ears, and it's going to be everything that I dreamed the game to be back in the 90s. Like that sounds like a way better deal right away to me. And this is coming from a guy who loves old video games, who loves crusty graphics, who loves going back and playing old games. That doesn't mean that I can't identify when a game just sucks to play. Playing Ocarina in the modern era just blows, dude. It's not fun for your average person. It's not, like, you have to be really, really into Zelda to want to play that game. And, you know, I'm really into Zelda, so I play it and I love it. You know, so it's like, that's why I feel so strongly about the remake being better, because I feel like there's no way it's not going to be better unless they really drop the ball, you know. And that's like something like people have been saying in the chat, like, you know, this is all contingent on Nintendo not dropping the ball, right? Like, there's a lot of things they could do to make the game worse. And we haven't talked about that all day, but there's a lot of stuff they could do to make the game could end up worse. I think there's probably more stuff they could do to make the game worse than better. Right? So like in all reality, this is a lot of copium. I think the percent chance that the game comes out a little worse is way higher than the percent chance that the game comes out a little better. I don't know if that's just my lack of faith in gaming, but like there's no, you know what I mean? Like, unfortunately. If they have an N64 controller compatible, will you play with it? I mean, maybe. I do have a Nintendo 64 controller for my Switch. My last comment is I'm afraid they're going to make it easier. And I think if they make it easier, it's going to be worse. I agree with that, yeah. Yo, be safe, by the way, Toad. Take care of yourself today. Thank you for hanging out and chatting with me. Big shout outs to Planet Kitties. Big shout outs to Toad chatting with us. Big shout outs to Recyclops. By the way, beautifully said. You have an elegant way with words. Thanks for chatting with us, Tectomic. Fairy Kiwa. Anybody else? Anyways, dude, that should have been a YouTube video because I got a lot to say about Zelda. I love this bush in the game. It has a good shape. Same. It's like one of my new favorite bushes. It's weird because I thought that, but I didn't say it out loud. And I'm really happy you said it out loud. How long you on for? Unfortunately, I have to go. I'm so sorry. I'm longer than I should have been. I have an appointment to make too. So don't worry though. We're doing a night stream tomorrow or tonight, but most likely tomorrow. Most likely tomorrow, because I think I'm going to be tired tonight. I have to go to an appointment today. This is the rare Hylian has to be an adult. Believe me, I know it sucks. I hate it just as much as you do. This is the rare I have to go be an adult, dude, and I don't want to. Get away from me, fly. Stop trying to fly in my beard and stuff. Go away. Okay. Sorry, dude. As a beard owner, bugs near the beard that's when I get pissed. I had to, all right, listen, bugs in the beard, I don't play around. All right. No chances. I don't ever want to wake up and find a fly in my beard. All right. I will freak. Valid. Yeah, dude. Like, no. Like no. Like that's not, I'm not playing that game. Might we go down as one of my favorite combos we had? Yeah, dude, I saw your message, Duel Master, but I didn't get a chance to read it out loud. But your perspective as a player who didn't play the original, I think matters so much. Right? So what makes it the highest rated game of all time? I can't actually answer that question. Just to touch on that, I actually can't answer that question. I think that Recyclops answered the question perfectly. Recyclops answered the question perfectly. Recyclops killed it. He killed it. His answer was why the game is the highest rated game of all time. I took their response. Yeah, he killed it. Because that's what made the game the highest rated, dude. It's all the era, man. The when matters so much. The only reason I tried so hard to pull the when out of the conversation is because I was trying to get some of y'all to, whoever cared, to think about the game from the perspective of just the game and not the time. Because you can never separate the era a game releases from a game. And I know that. So what I was doing was not even like productive. It was truly for the thought experiment of it all. The era the game comes out matters just as much as anything else. And I know that. But I just wanted to see if I could get a point across about how I think it's possible to improve on old games, even if you're never truly going to improve on the experience of the game. And I think that maybe that's the way to wrap up my thoughts. While you're never ever going to be able to improve on the experience of a masterpiece, I do feel confident that you can improve on the game itself. And that's all subjective, right? Like maybe better graphics look worse to you. Maybe you like the crunchy old sound effects. Maybe you like the camera fight and the jank. That's all subjective. So it's hard. It's a thought experiment style conversation that really comes down to your own beliefs and what makes a game great and your own ability to look at an experience and separate it from the product. That's what I was trying to do with the car, right? Like we all have our experiences with cars, but at the end of the day, the car itself is not, the experience and the car are tied, but like you can improve on the car. You'll never be able to improve on the experience because the experience is based in the time and the era and the emotions around it. But you can improve the car, you can improve the vessel, you can improve the game, you can improve, like all that stuff has the science behind it, especially since we're talking about a game from the 90s to 2026. Like, dude, we're not talking about Last of Us 1 to Last of Us 2. We're literally talking about 30 years of technology. Like there has to be improvements. Like you know. Right, is the context, right? Like, so, and that's why it's such an interesting conversation, because I think sometimes stripping the context away allows you to talk about things in a way where you can have a real fun experiment. I'm a scientist, and I think sometimes you want to talk about things in a real fun philosophical way and have fun, you know, toying around with the concepts of things. Like conceptually, Ocarina of Time Remake could be a better game. In reality, it will never be a better game because of our experience. Now, let's say you're somebody who's never played the original. What if you play the remake first and then go back and play the old one? You potentially are always going to think the old one sucks. Right? Isn't that an interesting reverse? Like a reversal? Like if you've never played the original and you play the remake and then you go back and play the old, you're going to be like, yeah, that sucks. The original's way cooler. Or like the other way around. So, you know, it's like funny. It's like, it really is all based off of our own experiences and stuff. I'm not thinking this hard about it. That's my curse. I think too hard about everything in life. Yeah, as you can tell. I usually try to rein it in, but I didn't have a Monday morning show this week, so, you know, it happens. Plus, gaming and the experience we had as a kid nowadays is always going to be different. Unfortunately, there's a part of this conversation that we didn't even get into. The experience of the era of buying the game. And of going to the store and picking up a physical cartridge and plugging it into your 64. Like, even all of that is different. Even all of that is completely different than what it was like 20 years ago and how you actually interact with video games. And, you know, when I bought Ocarina, I didn't buy it. When I played Ocarina, it was in my buddy's attic during a sleepover. That was the first time I played Ocarina by myself at 6 a.m. in my buddy's attic. So like, you know, like the world's different now. Like those experiences are very different now. Like how we interact with video games is so different. Like I remember playing Ocarina. I remember playing A Link to the Past and I didn't have any help. And I didn't talk to anybody about it. Like I was playing this game by myself. I didn't talk to anybody about it. I didn't talk to any friends. I wasn't on the internet. It was just me in this game. And like nowadays, like even that's different. Like half the time when you're playing a game, you're like talking to other people about the game. You're interacting with the communities. You're on Twitch. You're watching YouTube videos. Where it's like there's nothing like picking up a game and playing it in a dark room by yourself. Like there's nothing like that. I still try to do it to this day. To this day, I still try to like buy a new game and like turn off the internet and like turn off the lights and like sit in a dark room and just like play the game and like don't think about anything else, because like that's like such an experience that you don't even get nowadays. Blowing into the cart, yeah. When you were stuck in a game, you were SOL. Yeah, When I got stuck in a game, I would go sell it and buy a new game. That was my solution half the time. You know what? This game sucks. I'm going back to the store. I'm selling it and I'm buying a new one. You know, like that's how I dealt with like a bunch of games on Super Nintendo. Like Lion King. I couldn't touch that game. So I sold it. Freaking Lion King. Yo, thank you, Sarah Nicole. I have to go, unfortunately. My appointment is not for a little bit, but I need to shower, clean up. I want to shave my head, and then I have to walk to my appointment, which is about 30 minutes. So, all right. So we'll be back. We'll be back. I don't know if I'm going to be able to come back later tonight because I might just be pooped, but I do plan to do a night stream this week. We'll probably do it tomorrow. It'll just make more sense to do it tomorrow. So I'll be back. I'll be back either for a surprise later, most likely tomorrow morning into tomorrow night, and we'll squeeze a night stream in. I'm not the happiest about having a short stream today because I did a short stream yesterday. So it's like all of a sudden being an adult, sometimes it's like, oh man, I forgot that this is a thing that I have to do sometimes. It's not my favorite thing, all right, but whatever, it is what it is. Gotta make them hard choices. Yeah, so all right, let's get out of here. I will fade today. I will go ahead and fade today, and let's wrap up the jams. Thanks for coming in, chatting and yapping. It was very Monday morning show, Friday show vibes, just chatting and barely gaming. Sometimes those days are the nicest though. Just let my brain chill out, yap about stuff. Breaking news, Hylian has hair. A little bit too much of it right now. I need to go shave it off. A little too much of it now. Gotta go shave it off. Yeah, thanks for vibing with us. Honeyglow Woods. We just unlocked Eeyore as an official character. So... we just unlocked Eeyore as an official character. So next up, I suppose, is Piglet. Yeah. I don't even have any more story quests. I guess we got to level up Eeyore and Pooh to get Piglet, I guess. Or maybe there's a new area I can unlock. All right, we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out on the next episode. You will later, yeah. Yeah. I'm hardcore balding. How often do you cut your hair? I have to shave. If I want to keep my head shaved, I have to do it like every 3 to 5 days. It sucks. So I usually don't, and I usually just let it ride out, and then I just shave it when I feel like it. It just depends. It just depends on my mood. I always feel better when my head's shaved, but I also don't like to stress about my appearance. I've never cared, and I only ever cared because other people told me to care. And now I've hit a point in my life where I realize that that's complete bullshit. And if I'm happy with myself, why should I ever shave my head because I'm worried about what other people think about my balding? So I've kind of like put my foot down, and I only shave my head now for myself when I feel like I want to. Not when I'm going outside and I'm worried that people are going to see the horseshoe, you know what I mean? Because I realize that that's garbage, man, and that I'm beautiful and I can look like whatever I want to look like. And as long as I'm taking care of myself, you know what I mean? Like, who cares? So, I don't know. Either way, like that's so I don't like shave my head as much as I used to because I realized that I was shaving my head for the wrong reasons. I was doing it for everyone out there instead of in here. But I don't actually care. I don't mind if my hair's a little long. Like, I don't actually care, right? But like other people do, and you look like a freak. And like when you're doing a job like this in front of a camera, you kind of need to look presentable, you know. So like I do it when I have to do it, but like I don't do it as much as I used to. Can we get a hairline reveal? Oh, there you go. I didn't even see your question until just now. My eyes, yeah. Definitely get rid of the horseshoe. Yeah. We could all use a little more of that advice in ourselves. That's why I decided to share it. Yeah, I just thought I would share my words there if you needed to hear that. If you needed to hear that, you know. All right, y'all. This is Highly Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyro Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up. And on to the next episode. Peace. Okay. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines. Certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. Have a good rest of your Thursday, y'all. Gotta go be a human. I'm excited. Humaning is important. I'll be back tomorrow, y'all. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. Less chats and more games tomorrow, all right? Well, actually, I shouldn't promise that. I don't know. Just show up. I'll be here. Peace. And hit them cat jams. Peace.